Okay, today on Gaming with Rin, I have decided to look at Demo Weekend. I've chosen Tainted Grail, Fall of Avalon for a little bit of a political reason. So people who don't like Plex might go, what's it going to be this time? No. Uh, okay, so this game was made by a Polish studio, right? Poland being Jewish, which is Arabic. Um, they're coming at Avalon, right? Avalon is Celtic mythology. So I'm worried this game's going to be racist. Let's just put it that way. Um, yeah. So I don't know if people know about history, but um, Wales was formed by in mythology by a group called Albions. These are your Celtic, Welsh, your Irish, your more native British Isles peoples. And these were peoples that were pushed out of the Middle East by African blooded and Asian blooded multicultural peoples, right? So these are the people that they stole the Middle East from, essentially. These people were living in a region of Syria and Israel called Ebla. So before there was Syria, before there was Israel, there was a region called Ebla. So it basically meant white rock, I believe. And it might have been an Aramaic dialect, which is an early precursor to Arabic and Hebrew. So these people were basically kicked out, removed from their homes. This is around the time Africa was attacking Egypt. So Egypt also used to be white. I don't know if anyone wants to acknowledge that, but you gotta realize Middle Eastern people got a little bit white from somewhere, right? And how that happened was the influences coming out of Africa and the influences coming out of Asia. Both these people moved into white territories, merged the bloodlines of those people, and the multicultural folks pushed out the white people. So basically, they stole white lands. So when I see a project like this attacking, by a Polish, Arabic, Jewish blooded European studio, multicultural Arab again, attacking a Celtic European culture, I get worried. It's okay when they're talking about their own culture, like their influences in Witcher and in Scandinavia, because they basically lived in the strip Near East. So this would have been the Crimea, the Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, Afghanistan. That's the region that they occupied, and they were pushed upward into Azerbaijan, Georgia, Crimea, and Romania, basically. So these are people coming out of Asia. They've got a lot of Asian blood. More than European blood, more than African blood. So we get worried. So I'm going to look at this today after that long, intro. 3-minute intro. So let's see how this looks. Okay, so I decided I had enough for high graphic status. Oh god, already the music sounds Middle Eastern. Guys! Is this Celtic or Welsh? I sadly, I'm an 8th generation Canadian, right? So we don't speak, they used to speak, I think it was Irish, specifically. I came from an Irish family, mixed in Scottish, British, Bukovinian, which is a Romanian Ruthenian. It's kind of like partially Scandinavian, partially Slavic.
Death.
And then Italian, which is it's a little bit more Mediterranean, Jewish, blooded European.
Leading people to Avalon, he started the age of conquest.
So I'm a little all European. Like my relatives come from all corners of Europe. So I take European mythology and history seriously.
Of the weirdness, a primordial force of chaos and possibility. But now, long after the death of the king, Camelot is in shambles.
They don't even
as
spell
Avalon
Camelot right. It was
fractures
supposed to be a
into
C.
chaos.
They're using a K.
Old legends are gone, and the weirdness
But
is
then
creeping
that's what
back
we've grown up
into our
knowing. It makes you
lands.
wonder why they chose a
The
K.
bleeding heart of the plague has started beating once more, and the Red Death has returned.
Plague, okay, so this
Rulers
sounds
of
like,
the island asylum
they're talking
and
about
Order
Crete
of the
here.
Red Priests are desperate to stop it by any means necessary.
So, the Red Priests on an island would have been in Greek, more closer to Greece and Crete.
Change to this cursed island stuck in everlasting autumn.
So, the Red Priests were a fertility cult in Crete. I don't think the priests of, Celtic, Wales, Ireland, Britain wore red. They would have been more dark colors, more natural tones, like, leathers, blacks. They would have had more Norse and Celtic influences. So, Celts dyed things blue. Norse dyed things black. Or peoples who were poor didn't dye things at all. They left them natural colors. So the whites, the browns, the tans, the natural colors. So you wouldn't really see red priests there. But we know where red was used often. It was used in paints in Crete. Because they had red dyed ochres. All of the halls of Gnosis, the fertility temples at Crete, were painted red. This is something you see more in Greece and Rome. So they're starting this point from, Avalon was not Roman. We're talking more of a Welsh, Irish, mythical realm. So they might have had, mainland European influences, but they weren't Roman. So it's interesting to see where they're going with this. Alright. Subtitles for dialogues, fonts, perspective, first person, screen shake. Let's focus. Okay, so I'm gonna switch to controller. Yeah, we'll just leave it as is. Alright, so I can make a dude or a lady. Muscular doesn't look that much different. You're just changing the knees and adding a little of muscle tone, I guess, to the body. We'll just leave her natural. Make her super white. Okay. I'll go one tone up. Okay, so let's see. First sign of racism in these games is, can I make a person even look European, or are they going to just look Asian? No, they're doing okay. I mean, you'll notice, look at the eyes. They're all kind of, they're not bad. They look very Eastern European. For an Eastern European Polish studio, you can see how they put the, more almond-shaped Asian eyes, because that's what they see in their own peoples. All these faces look very Eastern European, though. So you can tell this is a Polish studio trying to convince you that British people are Asian. Yeah. They all look very Eastern European. It's the eyes. The problem is the eyes. They look a lot more Asian. Like, whatever. It's not terrible. I've seen worse. But yeah, these people all look very Eastern European, Slavic, Siberian. Like, as a Celt, I have a longer face, larger eyes, smaller nose. You see the larger noses and flat noses and more almond eyes in Asian culture. That looks a lot closer, but the eyes are very, very Eastern European. You see larger lips, larger noses in African culture, flatter noses, more almond shaped eyes in Asian culture. You can have pink eyes. Let's stick with the blue. Eyebrows. How thick do you want them, basically? You can have freckles. Is that makeup? That's makeup. You have a scar. You have crazy style. That's Asian style makeup. It's more, broken nose, scars, makeups. Why would you want to be Asian? Like, why would Asia have a place in this culture? Did Asia, are they saying Asia attacked? That's age. I'll say younger, I guess. Like, this is African. I'm pretty sure there were no Africans in this region. The closest you would have gotten would have been a Britain, and that would have been a little bit later than this era. You would have been attacked probably by more Asian culture. I guess that the Vikings had some Asian blood. Iranian and Mongolian blood. So you would have had some Asian influences through their Vikings. But nothing with the braid? Like, most people would look like that, right? No details, maybe some braiding. That's not great. I'll go with this one, I guess. See how Eastern European she looks? I laugh. I can have purple hair. Cool. Obviously, you would not have had purple hair in this era. Purple was a really rare dye. But, you know, for the sake of people having fun. The reddest hair came from the Scandinavian peoples. There's a lot of them in France, Sweden, Russia. These people got attacked like crazy. And go with Auburn. Auburn is a nice hair color. That's more of a natural. Like, if you take this down into a darker shade, that's more of a natural tone of Auburn. Anyway, I'll say purple because, you know, that's my trademark here. Base tattoos. Oh, look, we can go really pagan. I'm not sure what that means. Usually the symbology would have to mean something. Some of this comes from Siberian tribes, because you have to remember our peoples formed from a combination of natives mixing with Europeans. We were way more European, obviously, than we were native, but we still had some native blood. We were the native Europeans, right? And they would have done more of a they wouldn't have done as much patterns as this. You see this more in Germanic. They would have just done like a solid swatch across the eyes or something. Like, think this, but horizontal across the eyes. You know, if you were gonna see symbols, it'd be on the back or on the arms like this. But like this, you'd see it way more in Germanic culture. So This is a Polish studio thinking we're Vikings, yo. This would have been a little bit more realistic. You would use it for camouflage in a practical sense. War paints and camouflage. So if you were a hunter trying to not get seen by the animals you were hunting, and they'd apply the same theories to war because their warriors were their hunters, right? Okay, so again, they're all very Viking, aren't they? We're looking at zebra pattern. I guess I like this one the most because it's the most solid swatch you can find. And the color would have been a blue for a woad, or a black, or a brown for a natural clay, right? Blue is the war paint color. I think I'll leave it black. Ring. Okay. Okay, so we always start on adventurer if I'm doing a demo, just to see if what their intended experience is. I gotta hold this down? Oh, no, I can X.
Rise and shine. Rise and shine. Yes, it's me again. And I hope this time you'll cooperate without me needing to repeatedly hit
Like,
you
I don't
in
know
the
if I should be
face.
offended that they're bastardizing my culture here. Or just play it and laugh at them. They're trying to prophetize on the history and mythology of my people, and they're trying to add their own Arabic, Middle Eastern propagandas, because that's their culture, right? They come out of propaganda
Look,
land.
we just have to get this over and done with. Unless you want a visit from someone upstairs. And trust me, you don't. Just like before, no food until we're done here. And the moment you start getting on my nerves, we're going back to my tried and tested fists. So, tell me, what were you doing in the forest when the Red Shields caught you?
Red shields. Okay, so I can be a warrior. I can be a hunter. That's probably more accurate for Celtic warriors. Thieves. This would be your Middle Eastern culture. Sorry, guys. You guys are migrants living in big cities with lots of peoples where they were stealing to survive because no one was taking care of them. That's your culture, not mine. Druids and priests, scholars, these were your high caste. They would have been your worshippers. They would have owned structures, they would have led peoples, they would have had knowledge of medicines and cultures. So, we would have been one of these three, right? In Celtic, we had some warriors, but the army concept didn't start in Celtic lands until you had British invasion, right? So for Celtic peoples, we would have been like hunters or priests. But I get this is a game and they're trying to give you more balanced attack styles. So if I was, so I guess in a way they're telling you, are you a foreigner? Are you army or thief? That implies you were a migrant. Or were you a local? You were a hunter or a priest. So, I'm going to choose worship. I'm going to see what the magic looks like in this game, because now I'm curious.
You look like one of those half-starved druids who survived
Half-starved
the Giant
druid,
Conclave.
that's right up my alley.
We picked almost all of you up from the forest by now, so there aren't many of you crooks left out there. So, you're a tree hugger then?
Okay, so I'm either attack magic or healing magic. Healing magic's probably more my jam.
So that's why I keep punching you, yet you look suspiciously healthy.
Wow, this guy's an
We'll make
asshole,
more of
huh?
a challenge for you soon enough. Okay, that was easier than I expected. Now, unfortunately, we'll have to stop.
Oh, well, he kind of deserved it. Gotta say, I'm not upset to see this dude go.
I've always found it puzzling that these people won't bathe. You, I understand. You're literally rotting in this damned cell. But them? There's just no excuse for the stench.
This guy looks like a hunter.
There they are. Finally. I know. You've a million questions. But they'll have to wait. One of these keys will open your cell. When you get out, head left. I'll scout ahead.
Okay. So he released me. Mysterious night. With the red hood, let me go. Okay. Ooh, can I just take all his shit? I don't know that a broken stuff will help me, but I can take bandages. Boots. I guess I better take his armor. Open equipment? Wow, I look like shit, don't I? Okay. That's the best I got. They didn't give me a weapon? Okay, he went that way, so I'm gonna explore this way, because, you know, I love QA, right? So I love doing things people don't expect of me. Beautiful Liliana in the Chamber of Ecstasy. Oh, they're definitely talking about fertility temples. Woo! Dirty images. Beautiful Liliana in the Chamber of Ecstasy. Sir Osborne could not... Should I be reading this? This is going to be PG. I could not wait any longer. He shut the door behind him and jammed the latch home. A few disturbing strides, he approached Liliana, capturing her with bites in the strong embrace, panting heavily. He lifted her as he faced down and threw her on. Oh my god. He said about conquering her lips, neck, and cleavage with hungry kiss. Miss Liliana arched off the bed and moaned wantonly, which only spurred him on further. Sir Osbert tangled the fingers of his right hand in Liliana's gold. Okay, so this is also true to Greek culture. They captured the Slavic blondes, and they were using them as in fertility temples as sex slaves. So wow, you're looking like Turkish and Cretan Greek culture. Okay, so yeah, where was it? They were blonde. I got distracted with the history. And with his left, he loosened the lacings of her bodice. After he finally managed to unlace, his eyes were met with the rousing sight of Liliana's voluptuous body. He took her love animals. Oh my god. You guys, okay. Advice, don't write porn. Filling them rise and fall with her quickened breath. He caressed them for a while. As soon as his hands started wandering down her body to lift her skirt and petticoat, her lips tasted like Swedish cherries. Sir Osborne couldn't help but cling to them as his fingers slipped. I'm sorry, I can't help but laugh at this. Should I be like redacting this? Oh no, I gotta read this last one. Sir Osbert pushed down his pants and took out the weapon a man uses to lay love siege. Really? Lay love siege. Okay. He aimed his enormous battering ram. Now you know this is slash fiction. At the opening of her gates and began the attack. Well... wow. I gotta take that, because that's just hilarious. And look, they gave me roast. I'm roasting you hard, buddy. Oh. Key, coin, pants. Should I be taking this stuff? Do we have a non-broken weapon here? Take all the food. Can I cook? Butter, potato, poultry, crab. Why is it undercooked? Okay, well maybe because I don't have proper... Cooking for the Resistant, Part 1. Othrid, Milred, Anti-Friezo. Not everyone has refined taste buds, and that's perfectly fine. I'm Anti-Milred, here with simple recipes for those who prefer straightforward flavors. For moderate hunger, try Beggar's Fare, a staple staple for folks like you. Just boil groats and oats in bubbling water. Yes, it must bubble. Oh yeah, you gotta boil the water. People boiled water to kill off bacterial, keep them safe from sickness and illness. Because the water was generally contaminated in most areas. Anyway, another option is mashed potatoes. Peel them thinly if you're handy with a knife, or stop peeling altogether. Boil for about 20 minutes, strain. Please don't drink the water. And mash with a touch of milk. But not too much. You want creamy, not watery. And mashed potatoes, huh? Fish soup. Cup, cup, cup. Oh look, there's the lady again. Wow, you can imagine what they were doing in these prisons and what my fate was going to be. Uh-oh, how does this work? Oh look, that was really easy. I have natural skills. I didn't even try, I just sort of randomly turned it and then just chose to use it. Alright, whatever. I'm sure that was supposed to be more difficult than that. We got blood going in this direction. Well, let me go this way. The 7 commandments. 7 only? First, oh god. See, this is Arabic for sure, man. First came the prophet, then came the word. The word is sacred. Pope and his cardinals. Okay, that's why they're red priests. They're cardinals. And, okay, you have to remember Catholicism is based on Middle Eastern religions, or people who left Middle Eastern cultures living in European. Europeans compromised for the most part on this one because we had several things in ideology and similar, right? So we shared the same experiences in the borderlands with these people, and some of these were treated like cautionary tales. We try to use the Bible more as a book of it's kind of like self-help, how to live a more prosperous and peaceful life. Like, it talks about 7 deadly sins as a behavior to avoid conflict, right? So there's things in there that sort of, they're lessons. They're stories meant to teach you lessons. But yes, some of those stories were shared experiences with Middle Eastern peoples. And the trick was finding common ground with peoples who had been persecuted and bullied by Asian, Middle Eastern, and African cultures. Because you have to remember, our people's lands were stolen, right? We were pushed back and shoved into a smaller space with lots of different peoples forced to coexist. That's why white peoples are better with multiculturalism than Asians or Africans. We had to practice it at an earlier date. Anyway, first came the prophet, then the word is sacred. The Pope and his cardinals and priests received the word is the way. We are all brothers and sisters, starving for the word is sustenance. Together in holy suffering, we walk the pilgrim's path. This sounds Arabic, guys. This doesn't sound anything like Celtic, Bible. Celtic Bible, if you read Genesis, starts out explaining how overpopulation got created. And, what they did to lay down the groundwork for community and what problems they were facing. That was Genesis. Because they moved from a culture of hunting, foraging migrants into a farming agricultural one. And the challenges they set out were, very practical ones. We got to figure out a food source. We got to figure out how to avoid overpopulation. We gotta avoid incest and negative, genetic conditions that would prevent us from doing our jobs and keeping us alive. So this kind of wishy-washy, high level, doesn't say much. You won't see this in the Bible. The Bible stories have specific goals and teachings. It's not some abstract, just listen to us. It's word, the word. The word stuff, this is something you see in Asian and Middle Eastern culture, not European. There are some commonalities. You're supposed to listen to your god leader, not someone else's. So this "there's no other god before me" thing was valid. It's like you're not supposed to listen to somebody else's god. If you're, living in a community, managed by a god, you're supposed to follow the rules and laws of those peoples to live a more successful life, because the region is curated and maintained by those peoples. So respecting those people's ways kept you alive longer, basically, in the most simplest way of putting it. Europeans are very practical survivalists. You won't see stuff that's there for no purpose. We're not a wasteful society for the most part. The excess comes from Asian cultures. Like, our wealthy are Jewish. Those are Middle Eastern blooded folks. Or Americans. But the Americans had a lot of Jewish. Anyway, here's me, Asian unknown female from King's Road. Oh, I was apparently in Red Death Stage 2. So I have lesions on my face and hands. Okay, so I was sitting in quarantine, basically, which is not the wrong thing to do when someone's sick. You put them in quarantine. So I don't disagree with the priest doing that. Severe skin lesions noted on the face and hands. Further screenings and testings are requiring strict measures must be... Okay, so, yeah. So, in ancient fertility temples, at least the European ones, I don't know about the Middle Eastern ones that started to resemble brothels, people would go to fertility temple at the end of their life. So, when they were injured or sick, and they would go for screening to decide if they could, breed a child to have their next life. Because they believed in, like, the oldest versions of Middle Eastern culture. Well, the European Middle Easterns believed in... They did believe in a sort of a form of longevity, life, or reincarnation. You lived through your child, right? You became that child. So you set that child up for success, and your life continued through the life of your child. And they thought that because when your child was born, the child looked like you, right? They thought it was another version of you. And that's where the ideas of reincarnation came from. This is going to be a very interesting educational video. So stick around if you want to learn the, like, if you're not European or you don't have a lot of understanding of your own European culture and you want to learn more about history and mythology and the forming of European peoples. This is going to be funny. Okay. Yeah. So you'd go there. So in this case, you'd have to be screened first. They'd make sure that you weren't going to infect their priests with an illness, and they'd keep you away from the rest of the population, right? Because Europeans were better with quarantine. Let's acknowledge this. Europeans are better with quarantine and handling disease than Asians are. Asians run to the wind and, infect every community around them. Sorry, guys. But, look at COVID. Chinese and Indian folks spread that disease all across the globe. Let's admit it, because that's what we saw happen. You didn't stay in China, you didn't stay in India, you didn't maintain a quarantine, they all just kind of tried to save themselves. We wouldn't have had an outbreak if you, stayed in quarantine. So yes. Brother Adanimus will fix this hole in a week, please leave it be until then. There's a hole here? Okay, let's try this again. Oh. There we go, that's what it is. So this is like a standard old school thief style, oh. I don't have a weapon though.
Prepared for this.
I don't have a weapon. Can I equip this guy's broken club? Beggar's fair. I can't. Oh. Shoot a projectile that applies bleed. Maybe I should be using that. I'm a healer. Let's use my healing powers to attack folks. Sweet. Now I have a dagger. Okay, that's probably more my speed. Let's go to priest. 1 armor. I'm gonna dress up like a priest. I can probably get away with impersonating a priest better. What's over here? Ooh, it's like a boar's head. A medic saw? If I'm a medic, that might come in handy. You know, amputations are a thing. Maybe I can make medics measuring tools. Yeah, cool. We're gonna take all the medics kit. That's what I'm gonna be. What do we have here? Amputation knife, yep. Medic's measuring tool. A brain. Okay, I don't think I need to carry around a brain. Big glass bottle. Can I drop the brain? Let's drop the brain. I don't think that makes sense. I got a dagger now. And an amputation knife. What's SP? Stamina points? So it's easier to use than the amputation knife. That's probably okay. So that's another thing about European culture. Our tools, I think Asian culture had this too. Our tools were also our weapons, because you know people didn't have money to have multiple tools and weapons. Alright. So I have 2 loadouts. I swap between loadouts. Okay. Okay, that's how I swap between loadouts. Dagger, we'll put dagger, we'll hide the weapon. I'll keep the amputation dagger. What's this one say? The tunnel is scheduled to be filled and secured. Stay clear and avoid tampering with it. Okay, so that's probably a way out. Kinda wanna do some more exploring first. Helge, 73 male from the burrow. He's in stage 1. Fevers brought on by the Red Death have a lasting mark on the patient's mind, plagued by numerous visions. Mood changes occur from emotional indifference to religious and ecstatic rapture, leading to foretelling doom. Fevers brought on by Red Death. So this kind of implies that the fertility temple was the one infecting them. Religious and ecstatic rapture. He's already gone through the procedure, but it gave him fever. I'll leave him in there. Red Death Stage 3 plague progression stopped. After prolonged exposure to concentrated weirdness, the patient's body has undergone severe alterations. Mutations, however, may have halted the progression of the disease. What, you got her pregnant?
Do you see what a miracle I am? Healed. Healed. I am no longer sick.
He still kind of looks sick to me. It just didn't get any worse, basically.
The depths, filled with the weirdness. Oh, and a chamber. It was rather dreadful, I must admit. They left me here for some time. I can't quite remember. I felt everything within me turn inside out, then settle back into place once more. I thought I was dying, but now all is well. The worst is behind me. You don't need to help me. The Red Priests already did.
Oops, she's indoctrinated
They
hard.
cured me. Thanks to them, I feel just fine now. I hope the same fate awaits you and you'll no longer suffer.
Okay.
Have a nice day, kind lady.
Okay. Should I talk to this dude?
Drip, drip, drip. Do you hear it? Soon the king will return. I told the priests. They laughed, but they'll soon see for themselves. Drip, drip, drip. The storm is gathering.
A lot of cultures had storm gods. Mostly Asian cultures.
At last, the age of
US for an African
resurrections shall
cultures.
end. And then, the once and future king will return. I cannot wait to behold his radiance, drip after drip. With each drop, it gets closer and closer. None of us are free. We are all bound, all bound. And to go? No. I don't want to. I found my place to await the king. You can go if you want, but you won't get far. We are all bound, all bound.
Okay.
After trip. Closer and closer.
So there's two reasons for prison. You're isolating someone with a physical problem or a personality defect, so criminals. You're trying to keep them away from the general population so their ideas or their illnesses don't spread into them. That's why the concept of prison started. Okay, so Ethan came from Connacht. He's in the last stage. Body remains in good condition despite the fourth stage. The mind is gone. STI maybe? Is he gone? Oh, no, he's already dead. Okay, keep going. Horns at the south, he was a keeper. Inflammation in various organs. So... they've sent him to the lab. Why is there heart on the floor? If anyone finds this note, you need to run before they start your treatment, and it makes you realize you need to gnaw your own legs off. Promise you are not sick, and even if you are, they will not cure you. Save yourself as I did. I stole a small glass jar, and when they weren't looking, broke it into he killed himself. He was the wizened druid keeper. He said there's no reason to try and survive. He didn't think he was going to get out. And he didn't want to be plagued. Okay, well, I don't need to keep stealing their stuff. Oh good, I get a better... Let's steal your wine. And boots. I can get a villager's shirt. Okay, so I don't have to dress like Oh. My dear Urfer, I have finally arrived at the island asylum and have received my preliminary medical examination. Father Vaughn said that my symptoms point to very early stages of the Red Death, and that I did very well to come here of my own. I promise to do everything in his power to help me and make sure our son, I write son because I can feel the truth of that. Okay, she's pregnant. I know you had doubts about me coming here, but I really am of good cheer. I'll keep you up to date on my progress. I hope to see you soon. I love you and miss you much. Forever yours, Katrin. Thinking of the name Llewellyn. How do you like it? Okay, hold that thought. Um, so we're gonna go back to villager's dress, villager's pants, and go to a shirt. I don't have to. I can be a tomboy. I don't have any items there. Okay. We can take a shield, but it's cracked, so I don't see the point. Nothing in there. So I can go through the tunnel. I don't have to go. Who's this dude? He's undead. Well, that moved me the wrong way. Holy fucking shit! Oh no, I died. The last checkpoint. Okay, so you can't go through that gate. They trap you with the undead. Okay, I think I'm gonna go back out through the... Oh good, I have some potions. I'm a magic user. I don't think I should try and do a combat solution here. So I'm gonna go through the tunnel, I think. Oh! It let me through there and now it's not letting me through there. Oh no, I had to go this way. This tunnel. Well, let me through this tunnel, but it'll let me through this tunnel. So we're gonna go this way, because I think... No? How do I crouch? Okay. Oh, the tunnel just leads me to each other here. How do I jump? Oh, okay. This button's jump. Mana potion. Damn, I have to go through there? Okay. That's kind of disappointing. This wasn't an escape hatch. We got some mushrooms though. Oh, I gotta go through the frigging... Okay, so I have to swap back, I think, to the other weapon. Because, you know... Oh, hey! This is very Oblivion-like. I'm leveling up as I sneak. Alright. This is gonna suck. Okay. Brother Ambrosia's body is being prepared for his funeral, which will take place in 1 week. Please be aware Okay, so they became undead. Oh, crap. Oh, no. Okay, I gotta figure out pots. I'm probably gonna be very dependent on pots. Okay. So foods restore my health. Yeah. Okay. We're increasing theft now. You've turned me into a decent pickpocket here. Aw. Mother and child? Father Vaughn's notes. Katrin Guiscard. Female. Short, skinny, 7 months pregnant. Typical of the Red Death. Pale red spots in the face, neck, and arms. So, measles? Perhaps? She died in childbirth. Or... Yeah, okay. Exposure to weirdness might have altered the woman's psyche. Anger, outburst, melancholia. For the physical alteration, the fetus seems to be much more affected than the mother. Fetus started growing rapidly after the second session tripled in size. It needs to be extracted from the womb. Oof. Okay, so these are congenital birth defects due to illnesses. That's possible. A lot of, medic drill, big glass bottle. I already have some of this stuff. Back, what's in here? How do I get in there? Ooh, a pickaxe. Am I gonna be doing any mining? I'm mining. These guys alive? Fuck, they're alive. You mean they're not gonna react to the fact that I just busted through their wall?
My wounds make me. Your death is certain. You'll suffer. We'll send you into the abyss. You'll suffer for your sins. Sacrifice to the...
Keep moving. Alright, if I want to do a red priest guy, I have a full, I wasn't here, right? Yeah. A full disguise as a red priest now. Monster blood? Okay. So hold that thought. Venerable Brother Sefton, I'd like to remind you of what I have mentioned numerous times before, namely that the alchemical station should be cleaned after each use, especially when you are so careless with caustic and toxic substances. I also recommend you refresh your elementary knowledge about the ingredients of a healing concoction. Those are alcohol and sage, not poison plants and hearts. This kind of so they had a fake Brother Aaron. If this kind of negligence continues, that's kind of funny because Aaron in Hebrew mythology was the guy who became a priest, as a con artist. Has anyone ever read the Hebrew Bible? I'm just wondering. Okay, to get in there you need the laboratory key. Let me just check this way first. What have we got in here? No? This looks like a great place to hide things. Ooh. Brother Sirius, Island Asylum. Self-experimentation wants to know the patient's perspective. You must get knowledge. Just treat like a common patient. You won't talk to me? Oh.
Who's there? Forgive me, but my eyes fail me these days. You shouldn't be here. I'm very, very sick. I am Brother Sirius.
Okay, so one of the doctors got sick.
The question suggests that you are not one of the Red Priests. Did you escape yourself?
I'm dressed like a red priest.
You really should have stayed there. We can't let the plague spread any further. Although, I understand. All of it. The patience. The madness around. Somewhere along the way, we lost ourselves. The mission to find a cure became a burden.
You know what spreads plagues?
I
Overpopulation,
can't tell who you are, but
lack
I'm
of
so,
hygiene,
So sorry for all that we've done.
lack of
It's a
resources,
shame.
and
When
really
you're
shit
fighting a
people
losing
spreading it
battle,
around, not helping.
Sometimes there's just no other way. When I discovered that I'd fallen ill, I asked to be placed in a cell. I sought to understand the experiments from the patient's perspective. To learn which stimuli provoke the strongest reactions. And I also wanted to equip my brothers with new tools for their work.
Well, I suppose if you got infected.
4th stage, if I'm not mistaken. We've
So I'm at
identified
2.
6, so I'm not far from
1 or
my
2.
end.
And there are 6
The first
stages.
stage is the most treacherous, when the symptoms are almost invisible.
Okay, so they don't know when
That's
stage 1
when
is.
the
That's when
disease
your
spreads
incubation
fastest.
period.
It was the same with me. From the 2nd to 4th stages, the symptoms become visible. Fever, tooth loss, painful sores, festering wounds that won't heal.
Yeah, when your body
The
is
last
caught
few
up fighting
stages
a
are visceral,
infection,
the worst possible.
it makes sense, those
The
stages.
victim's insides burn up, turning to mush.
I don't think that's
The
not
brain
literally what
starts
happens.
to die.
I don't know if any illness actually
The
liquefies
body
the brain.
becomes a mindless shell. That's what's ahead of me.
If there is one, I'm not sure what it is. That's the
We've had
outside
some
theory of my
success.
studies.
Treating it up to the 4th stage. But it's still a gamble. Sometimes we manage to push the disease from stage 3 back to stage 1, only to see it jump to stage 5 as soon as treatment stops. We believe that with the weirdness, we could eliminate this.
Is weirdness like radiation
The weirdness
from
makes
a
our
uranium cave or something?
Pure potential. That's the theory. In practice, we tried to direct its power where we needed it most. The effects, shall we say, varied. May the Prophet's word be a safe haven for you.
Okay, you gotta be very careful putting bacteria in a place of radiation. Because they mutate and they become worse. Sage. A vase. A wood basin. I don't know why I'm picking up this crap. Butter. Garlic. I'm taking cooking supplies. Oats. I'm gonna be laden down with all their food. And booze. The encyclical of the Second Pope. Okay, yeah, many are unruly, corrupt, and indolent. Although they claim to know the prophet, their deeds betray them. Their mind, yeah, dude. Whenever you say prophet, you know it's Middle Eastern because we don't refer as. We had oracles. I guess Norse mythology had Norse mythology had Norns. Greek mythology and Roman mythology had oracles. It makes you wonder: were they real oracles or were they strategists, knowing the behaviors of man and making predictions? Anyway, as punishment, their skin is marred by red marks, festering and flaking. The Red Death not only claims their lives, it damns their souls. Let's hope. The hope remains for the impure. You know, there's also acne, so that comes from lack of cleanliness, lack of access to water, clean water. Red Death claims their lives but damns their souls. Yet hope remains for the impure, the prophet declares, renounce unruliness, dishonesty, and indolence. Embrace my word in your heart, and your soul will be purified as mine was. The prophet warns, trust in my disciples as you trust in me. To harm them is to harm me, and you will be punished accordingly. Okay. Apples? Picture? We're taking stuff. Ooh, what's this guy doing? We're just gonna take all the fish out.
Yield my holy rage! My wounds make me stronger!
Oh, you sound Scottish. Okay, so now they're calling the Red Priests the Vikings. Scots. Interesting. But they're Middle Eastern guy. They're following a prophet. Hot goo, that sounds funny. Alchemy station. Oh, we can make health potions. I can only make one. Can I make more than one? Okay. That's all I can make here. Why not? I am playing an alchemist healer.
You're not one of them.
Hey, the
Please.
keeper! You're alive!
Free me. That's not the kind of freedom I'm asking for. There's no saving me now. Even if I could escape,
See, you can tell he's
I'd only be putting others at risk. You have to kill me. And when it's done, please, take my tags to the Horns of the South. Let Fergus know I didn't
he's
run.
a Scot.
He's the quartermaster of the Horns of the South. It's a keep. If you make it out, you should be able to see its lighthouses
Dude,
from the beach.
I'm still trying.
It's not about you. It's mercy. No decent god wants their followers to suffer. Think of it as carrying out the will of whoever you believe in. Thank you. May the All-Mother bless you.
That's what he asked for. Okay, prophet instructed to go to the marshes or those marked by plague. Yep, you would be sick in swamplands. The tropics and swamps get attacked more by plagues because that's where that is where the bacteria grows, right? In the lack of clean water, you've got a lot of insects, and insects can spread blood plagues. So if an infected person who has a blood disease or bacterial or virus in their bloodstream will go into a swamp where there are lots of bugs that bite people, suck the blood, and then bite someone else. It's basically like sharing bloody, infected needles. So the swamp is fine if nobody infected walks into the swamp. Or if nobody gets infected and knows how to, handle swamp living. But for the uninitiated, it's not. They basically go in and start spreading plagues. Anyway, she was buried on the Isle of the Dead. Went to Darkmoor to build a lazaret as she commanded. King Arthur heard the voice from a prophet's tomb. Okay, saw a woman taken by death in peaceful slumber. That sounds Slavic to me. There's Slavic stories of finding women in coffins in Siberia. Again, I can tell you're writing this from a place of Arabic and Slavic religions. And that's essentially what Jews are. They're Arabic Slavics. At least the European ones. And that would be your Ashkenazi Jews, for example. Anyway, Arthur, the plague is trial for all. My disciples braved the marches, preaching humbly, yet asked nothing in return. I asked for a place of worthiness of their sacrifice. Arthur granted her request, directing Morgaine to vacate the four dweller ruins on the Isle of the Dead for the Red Priests to continue their service. Okay, so Morgaine, or Morgause, Morgana, they were Welsh. They were the like the natives of the island, right? Arthur, Uther, those groups came from the mainland Europe through, I think it was Cornwall, right? Or no, where did they own Cornwall? Or did I have this backwards? I'm pretty sure the paganists would have been Morgaine, Morgause. And the ones acting French mainlanders was the ones Uther and Arthur. Because you have to remember, his knights included Lancelot, he was French. Monster Brain, that's interesting. I turn those into. Spirits, Devil's Snare. Can I make anything else? Did I learn a new recipe? Anything over here? Oh shoot, I didn't need that. Moron's method of separating the mind. Chapter 1, so often dismissed. Moron, the holy methods recorded during King Arthur's reign, offer crucial insights into the separation of mind. Oh, well, whatever. His text, albeit in old language, is valuable for understanding extraction practices. Despite Moron's immersion in druidic rituals, he scorned their quackery and wisely retained their valuable knowledge. The discernment alongside his contempt for past masters makes Moron's work indispensable, revealing useful druidic observations while discarding the rest. Moron insists that subjects must understand and feel the Red Priest procedures. If they lose consciousness, revival is essential. Partial anesthesia is allowed vacancy to extend the usefulness of a promising subject tend to any life-threatening wounds. Okay. Mana. We were shit to these peoples. Can I make anything else? Okay, hold on. I can make some more healing potions. I might as well. I can always sell them. What's the letter say? It is my time, my brothers. Your prayer. Woe is us. We escaped death only for it to follow us to Avalon. But I say, all is not lost. We have been delivered to our salvation, to the one place where we can fight the Red Death and win. For Avalon holds what our homelands did not, the weirdness. I don't know of any place in the UK where they might have found... I mean, I don't follow mineralogy and geology, but I don't know of any place in the UK that has uranium. So, where would these... Like, if this really was Crete and not, because that's where all our civilizations lived beside each other, the Middle East, Europe, and Africa, right? So, where would this uranium-like cave have been? I don't know. Drowner's charm? That sounds rare. Fisheye? But can I make these into anything? I didn't find his key. But I guess that's all that's in here. So we're gonna... Anything in the pool of blood? No? Okay, I can get out here. My buttons. Okay, so hold on. Is there anything else I need to see back this way before I go that way? Because I didn't travel this side. Let's steal all the things. Breasted Kai. Okay, so Ka was one of the early founders of Egyptian culture. Pre-Dynasty Egypt. He might have been an Asian traveler. He might have been European. But he was an antelope god, and he was there for... he was associated with potters, so people who worked clay and who collected water. So whoever he was there for the water and the pottery. And his wife, deity, was the weaver. So these were craftspeople. His wife was in Egyptian culture was Neat. Okay, so brother Octa's prey. And so yeah, these guys are following Kai. Okay, they all have prayers, Kai. Oh, I learned the skill I already had because I already had it. Because I was already a healer. Or whatever. Okay, so now we have healing attack magic. Okay, so now I can continue on. So my choices are, I can go down the tunnel, or I can go down this hall. I think I want to go down the tunnel. So yeah, I studied a lot, like, in school I studied Greek mythology, right? In personal interest, I expanded obviously to my own Celtic roots, some Celtic mythology, some Asian mythologies. That includes, not as much, of all of the religions. There's a lot of, Middle Eastern religions, Turkish, Hurrian, Mesopotamian. I've studied some of them based on... I tend to study with goals in mind. So when I'm studying something, I'll study patterns, and I'll follow the pattern through everybody's cultures, like Indian culture, Chinese culture, Middle Eastern, African, and European culture. So I kind of do more targeted research.
I've already told you everything, I swear.
Oh, he looks healthy.
You're not. You're a prisoner. Go. Escape while you still can.
So when I'm studying fertility temples, I study all of the cultures' fertility temples. When I'm studying a pattern, I'm trying to understand how that pattern moves through the regions into all the surrounding zones and where it might originate based on where the pattern's the strongest, or where it represents a certain, a ruler or a god or a warrior.
You want to know about our failure? There's nothing left to say. We can't help you
A lot
anymore.
of it's personal interest. I don't get paid for it.
Run away from here.
I'm discovering my roots. Like, everyone accuses Europeans of not having cultural roots. I think you don't understand the roots. They're there. You're just not understanding them.
No, please. I can't take any more. We wanted a better asylum. Something better than we had under Vaughn's control. He's the one responsible for the torture, for the sick experiments. No, they came for me and locked me up here. Vaughn's men aren't evil. They're just afraid of him. I'm not sure how long it's been. Days, weeks, I don't remember. It was all for nothing. Changing things for the better is rare.
Like a lot of European culture has shared experiences on how we were mistreated by the border cultures around us and overpopulation. Like I said, you shoved peoples together and they had to find commonality between all of the different tribes of Europeans and cultures. It doesn't wipe away their culture, it's like looking for common ground. Like, it makes us more practical as a peoples, I think. Because you won't see wishy-washy, blind faith. Ooh, I don't have to understand it, I just believe because we all follow it and I don't need to know why. You won't find that. When you put different cultures together, they need to know why. It's like, if I'm going to choose to do your thing, you're going to have to explain it to me, right?
Not this time. But it was worth the effort. We really wanted to help those people. We wanted to improve their condition. But we knew with Father Vaughn in charge, nothing would change. We wanted to get rid of him, poison him. But somehow he found out. At least about me. I'm not sure about the others. I never said anything about them.
Yeah, it's like that approach. Have you ever been told, do as I say because I said so? And then you go, but why? Don't talk flack with me. It's like, okay, there's our peoples, we like to know why. Because we're sick of getting caught in the con artistry and being bullied and punished, right? So by being smarter, by asking questions, we try to make better decisions so we don't be bad peoples, so we don't get caught up in what bad peoples are doing. Because it's a more successful way of life, right? It's better, if you're going to be canceled, it's better to be canceled based on someone lying about you than you choosing to do bad things yourself, right? Because you can fight that. You can't fight if someone's accusing you of something you've actually done. That's why you won't find as many criminals in pure-blooded Europeans as you would in multicultural border cultures. Like, there's a lot more, I don't know if you noticed, but there's a lot more crime in border cultures. People coming out of these overpopulated regions. Because they were using justifications to support those crimes, right? Like, oh, I had to do it or I'd starve. Or, oh, I had to do it because no one was helping me police or serve justice. Or, oh, I had to do it because it was the only way of getting my thing back from this criminal. That's why you see more crime in border cultures, or cultures with multiple peoples coming from outside an overpopulated region. A lot of those crimes start out in the overpopulated cultures and get indoctrinated and taught to other peoples in those regions. It's kind of like the monkey see, monkey do approach. Like, I see this worked for you, so I try it too. Because I don't know what else to do, right? So this is why people don't like criminals in their communities. They don't want people becoming criminals and pulling more crime into a region. Because nobody wants to live in crime. It's a shit way of living. Always having to keep an eye open and watch your back and be super defensive all the time. It's not a great way of living, right?
A shame, yes. Maybe we waited too long. We knew
Let's be
Vaughn was a
diplomatic.
madman, but we were afraid. We didn't know how many supported his methods. Turns out it was only a few, but it was enough. No, I won't make it. Besides, they threw me into a cell that once held a patient in the final stages of the disease.
Well, at least the
probably
priests are
sick
smart enough
already.
to maintain quarantine.
Don't worry about
You
me.
can tell the difference
I'm not
between an
worth it.
educated person who cares about their community and someone who doesn't give a shit about anyone but themselves, based on who respects quarantine. Is this the only way to go, or whoa, whoa, whoa. That's my jump button. That's my crouch button. Okay, so can I go out through his door, or do I keep going through this passage?
Investigate
Oh.
that sound. Purge the unclean!
Haha, suckers. I can hit you, but you can't hit me.
Purge the unclean! Ah, my wounds make me... My resolve is unshaken! It will burn!
Whee.
Your death is certain! Your
I'm not sure
fate
what I'm
is
supposed to be
sealed.
throwing here. Like, obviously in real life, nobody has magic. Whee, I have more magic skills. Except
Your
I do.
death
Ha,
is
in this
certain.
game. And so he falls. Ooh, can I have a leather hood? Can I hit this guy? Ha ha, sucker. Boing. Boing. Alright. Oof. Okay, so they have a lot of bodies here. I already have these. Small health potion, I'll take that. I already have the... Oh, let's take monster's blood. I can use that to make potions, probably. I don't know where I am. There's a few ways to go, which is interesting. Makes me feel like there's variety and choice. Okay, I'm gonna check the big room here first, I guess. Ooh, what can I cook? It says I'm supposed to use groats. Is there like a recipe? Oh, there are recipes. Cabbage rolls, mashed potatoes, onion bun. Beef mashed potatoes. Beef mashed potatoes. Onion bun +1. We're just gonna make a whole bunch of foods. Let's up my cook score. And I can experiment to find new things. Pork. Onion, potatoes. Okay, I won't be. Ah, I have more cooking. Okay. Blood, hearts, and guts, the alchemy of viscera. Alchemy worth the crafts must embrace the visceral. There's no greater power than the lifeblood freshly torn from a... Okay. Creature's chest cavity. The viscera contains strength unmatched by any plant. No matter how sacred. Trees neither feel nor fight. They lack the instincts that create true potency. The rage of cornered beasts is built to survive. Those produce the strongest ingredients for potions that could push humans beyond their limits. Those who work with delicate herbs refers to acknowledge this primal truth. Okay, so what you get of meat is proteins, right? You get things the body uses to construct parts of the body. So you'll have like B12 vitamins, for example, and that come from animal components: eggs, milk, meat, cheese, butter, etc. All those things. So these help build cells. Like it's like you're building something, right? So you go to a scavenge shop and you tear apart the old wreck from the junkyard to make something new with it. That's the analogy in using animal and protein components. And you can find proteins in soybeans and other plants as well. Using herbs. Herbs are used for things like antioxidants, anti-inflammatory. So certain plants, invoke fever responses. Inflammation. Inflammation is the body's way of producing local heat to attack infections. So changing the temperature that bacteria lives in to kill the bacteria. You don't get that using animal components, you get that using plant components. And then you have things like alcohols, right? Alcohols they change the pH level. Again, changing the environment that these bacteria are living in, trying to kill the bacteria. So it's like, what are you trying to do for this illness? Are you trying to promote the body to close a wound and build new tissue? Then you might want animal parts. Are you trying to kill an infection and, that's attacking the body, that's killing cells? Then you might want alcohols or plants. No one tool can. It's like trying to use a hammer for every job. No one tool in the medicinal herbologist toolkit is going to do everything, right? You can tell I'm a scholar, huh? Like, my background is computer science, right? So computer science is all about algorithm. How do you explain or teach something? In our case, we're teaching a computer to follow a set of instructions. But I've added, like, all computer science programs contain electives. Like, you choose a path to augment that approach of teaching instructions with some other knowledge. So I've studied business, how to sell things and promote, successful businesses. I've studied biology, chemistry, so sciences, biological and chemical sciences, which is where, all my alchemy stuff comes from. I've studied philosophy and world mythology. That's more sociology based. How people think, why they believe and have faith in what they have faith in, what their stories and histories were. And yeah, I've studied a little bit of psychology, which kind of sits between the science and the sociology. I'm highly educated, yo. Bloodsucker potion increases lifesteal. Oh, that might be useful. But I don't have the... What is that I need for this? I gotta use my mouse. Blood clot. Okay, so let's go collect some blood clots. I think there were some over here, right? They're in undead, guys. Spoiled meat. Spoiled meat. Okay, so I have to remember to pick up blood clots now. Since it's a medicinal component. I left it alone before because I'm like, oh, what am I going to use that for? Okay, well, now I have a use. I stand corrected. Monster brain and Haku. Blueberries. Fish oil. Fish eyes. I guess I might as well just take everything that ain't nailed down. Carnation. You know, it's funny, like computer science, this whole teaching the computer set of instructions is a great intro to educational training, like teachers. But computer science people are rejected from teaching college. Why is that, I wonder? I applied to teach in college, and was told, sorry, you can't do that. Your degree doesn't have enough teaching background. So I went and I volunteered as a tutor, and then they're like, sorry, you know, your tutoring facility doesn't want to give you a reference or acknowledge your existence. I'm like, wow, what is this? I was teaching immigrants in a poor community. They were mostly Hispanic and black. And the kids were there. They didn't give a shit. They were there for the free food stamps, the bus. They were giving out bus tickets to bribe kids to show up at the program so the program could collect donations, basically. They were staffed by a racist Latin woman who was, oh my god, she was horrible. And a black dude who was very wealthy, very elitist. You can tell he was living off the program. The black dude was polite, very enthusiastic of his program. Fine, he was doing the marketing role, but there was something sketchy underneath. And I interviewed at 3 programs. One was run by just Latins. One was run by this black man who had a Latin girl. And the other one was private, but the privates were paid and they wouldn't take you on. And they were the white people. I think they were Jewish, actually. But they were all catering to foreign citizens. They weren't helping locals, which bothers me as a society. Like, the push is to bully and attack and move into someone else's territories and, like, screw them over. It's like, come on, guys. Why would anyone want to take overpopulation on when we can see that you guys have this habit of attacking everyone whose cultures and regions you enter? Using up all my lockpicks. Okay, so it's more on this side. What's in here?
Can you hear me? Hear me.
Is he slamming his head against the wall?
Can go now. Now.
He's lost. Alright, well, have fun with that. I'm letting all the peoples go. Nerve damage and yeah, well, some of these bacterial skin infections do a lot of damage to tissues.
You're not a priest. Get out of here. Go away before they see you with me. Help? There's nothing wrong with me anymore. The priests cured me, you see. I just need a few days to recover.
Oh wow, they're just
and then I'll be able to go
brainwashing
home.
these people.
I look much better already. In a few days, you won't even see a trace
They're
of
trying
the
to give them
illness.
false hope.
See? I don't need your help.
I'm totally letting them all go. That's a problem. Okay, well, I can let this dude out. Letting everybody else out. Maybe he'll be a good influence on keeping people in here. Him and the other priest. Let them self-manage. Pictish experiment. We attempted to introduce the Red Death by injecting her with blood from a stage 5 pig. What? The Pict was immune. She responded better to the... Surya? Oh, she had a natural immunity. She called us children stumbling in the dark. So that's a form of they've been through the illness and they've inoculated. That's like being vaccinated. Theory of studies of vaccinations. Basically, you infect yourself with a weak version that promotes the body to recognize it and defend itself. It's kind of like teaching someone to, like, avoid, you know, telling people the cause of smoking is bad and why it's bad and showing them pictures of lungs, and then they don't smoke. You're inoculating them to the idea of smoking so that they can't be taken advantage of by top tobacco companies who want to get wealthy and don't care who they're killing. Same idea, except it's, you know, with bacteria attacking the body. The body recognizes the bacteria for a harmful thing and doesn't let it take hold. That's how vaccinations work.
And who the hell are you? Another one of those red dogs? Say
Oh,
a prayer
fuck
to
'em.
your goddess and get ready to die, scum!
I'm dressed like a red dog.
Then why are you dressed in their bloody rags?
Stealth.
Well, I see you bear the marks of torture too. Maybe
You're right,
the
I
priest
gotta
messed
fix
with your
that.
mind, because one more moment and you'd be dead. Was I the one doing the torturing? Both, pup. I won't lie. Sometimes you're the hammer, sometimes the nail. But if you want to get out of here, you'll need to become the damn hammer.
Just make sure every problem isn't a nail.
Conquer from the Dalrieta, pup. if
Okay,
you
so
hadn't
he's
already
Irish.
guessed that much.
Was it Connacht Irish? That's mid-Irish. There's basically Northern Irish, which have more Scottish influences. There's Southern Irish, which probably have more British or mainland European influences, and you got the Central Irish, which are probably more Welsh influences. Kind of pushed in between from the other two cultures.
Really? Now's a good time for a chat. You think the red pricks will just wait around while we gab? If you make it to the Forlorn Swords, you'll meet the tribes. Right now, you'd better
sounds
focus on getting your
Scottish,
arse out
though.
of here.
Maybe their voice actors are all Scottish.
There was mead. There were women. One thing led to another, and I woke up with my pants around my ankles, surrounded by gobshites in red. I was fighting with me bare arse hanging out, and I still managed to kill a dozen of them.
The attack the
Useless
fertility
knobs.
temple got it.
Someone must have put something in the mead. I don't know. Barely saw anything, because I was either knocked out or had blood in my eyes. You're lucky to have someone risking their own arse to help you out. No time for a chinwag, just get the hell out of here.
Okay, well they are using some, whoops, Celtic slang there. Okay. You get a point. I should convert to something a little bit... I'm gonna wear masculine clothing. Ragged peasant's trousers. Don't have anything like that. I don't have anything like that. Really don't have anything like that. I'm only wearing it because it's light armor. Alright. What about that? He has gauntlets. He's got a point. I don't necessarily need to be dressed like them. Species Bugane? Airborne droplets as they exhale, particularly when breathing becomes labored. Is it like a... That looks like a giant hairless rat mixed with a dog. Okay, well, I want the medicinal component. It was worth it for the ring. See, when they tell you not to enter somewhere, they're reinforcing you want to enter somewhere. Now I have a ring. What's to be you in for? Okay, so skin lesions with raised borders. That could be like a tick bite. Sensation for I'm not sure. I signed up for a course called Plagues and Peoples, but I ended up having to drop it because it had a huge project component, which conflicted with the computer science work, which also had very huge projects.
Are you trying to escape, my child?
I wanted to take it. I had signed up for it, but I'm like, ugh, I don't have the bandwidth and I don't need the extra credit. So what I did is I deferred my last credit to go to Japan. I took a semester in Japan with international language studies. So it was experience international culture, go to an international land, live in dorm, and, you know, work with all these international students and learn a language. So I thought that was more valuable. So I spent 2 months in Tokyo.
Escape? Me? But this is exactly where I should be. I appreciate your offer, but I believe fate has brought me here for a reason. That's why I'll stay and see.
And there were
what
lots of
happens.
students there. There were Africans, there were Germans, there were Australians, there were a lot of Americans, a lot of Asian Americans. You'd be surprised how many Asian Americans there are who are interested in this program. One girl was a Japanese girl who went to California, who came back to her international studies and took this slot away from another student just for an easy credit. Wealthy girl. Oh my god, she was horrible. Like, Japanese people are very super sweet and polite. This woman was an American through and through. Oh my god. She was arrogant. She was rude. She was even mean to her parents. I met her parents. Her parents came to dorm and were trying to bring her food and be nice to her. And they were visiting, right? And she was being a snob. And they purchased her glasses, right? That were expensive. And she didn't want to wear them because they made her look ugly. So she was trying to pretend she didn't know where they were. And her parents asked me, "Well, have you seen them?" And I'm like, yes, I did. They were in the laundry room on top of the washing machine." They go, "Oh, thank you so much, thank you so much, thank you so much." Very polite bowing. And I'm like, they were so sweet. Like, these sweet old Japanese parents. I'm like, how can this girl be this way to them? It's like, what happened to her in the United States, man? She's not like these sweet Japanese people anymore. I've been to the U.S. I've been to Chicago, and I didn't like Chicago. Chicago was very sketchy. I'm worried they have a lot of organized crime there. I felt there's an energy to the place. It was very antagonistic. I don't know. It's hard to describe. I didn't enjoy it. Maybe my experiences there was just bad, but I didn't enjoy it. I spent a week in Chicago for work. It was like a convention thing.
Torture, you say? That's
Anyway,
very interesting.
I'm getting lost.
I haven't
thoughts.
experienced any torture here. I know that whatever ails me, the Red Priests will do everything they can to heal me.
Well, he has faith in them.
I doubt that. You'll soon see that
So there's a
things
lot
aren't
of
always
faith in
what
these
they
priests
seem at
here, in
first
this
glance.
community that's
This
imprisoned
way
here.
of thinking has
So the
never
prisoners here seem to be willing participants to whatever this red priest is
failed.
doing.
Safe travels, my child. May fate be on
Maybe they're
your side.
desperate. Maybe the priests are that good at indoctrinations and con artistry. Maybe they just didn't know where else to go. There he is. He was from the Gunvald tribe. So that's a Viking. Gunvalder. No signs of Red Death. Okay, so he was at a fertility temple. They picked him out of a fertility temple raid. And he was not infected. I guess I should grab one pair of this in case I want to dress up as a red priest. So it was either at a brothel or a tavern or some sort of fertility temple. Where am I now? Okay, we're back this way. So we gotta go up the stairs. Through this room. Is there anywhere else to go? No. Talk to you, talk to everybody. We're good, we're heading back. Okay. There's nowhere to go, it's just kind of glowy kind of rocks. Okay. So we're in this underground jail. That they're using as sort of like a medical quarantine. Okay, so we went up. Now there was this down way. Dun, dun, dun. We're going further down into the depths of the jail towards the uranium cave to probably get radiated and go through a religious experience. Okay, so there is no point of return if I jump down that hole. So let me go through the last path I did not explore before I jump through that hole. Because that'll probably end the demo and go through whatever religious experience they're intending us to have. Okay, this is the guy, and that was back up. Did we go everywhere? It's down the hall, right? So we went through the secret passage in the alchemy lab instead of go down the hall. We're gonna check all the things and steal all the loot. We didn't go this way. Okay, so this is the upper passage above the prison. Okay. What's this way? We've got sort of a back chamber here. The lock is broken. It's not gonna let me go that way. Ah, there's a back entrance here I didn't see. Okay, that lets me back down. This is a shortcut to the main room. That's good. I don't have to walk all the way back. And then we have stairs going this way. I guess I'll stick crouch so I can keep upgrading my stealth. Oh, oh, oh. Is this the guy who let me out? That's the guy who let me out. Very short bow. It's not just a short bow, it's a very short bow. Any more foods? Nope, not really. We've cooked everything we can cook. Okay. The path that leads down. There's a dude just sitting there.
Stay back. I may not
she's
be
a
in
pit.
top shape, but I can tear you to pieces if I have to. So, you escaped too? Huh. They're having quite a day. Good. I hope it gets even worse. This whole place is mad. From a safe distance this time. They play with powers they don't understand. Trying to wrangle the weirdness into obedience is a fool's dream. The weirdness might listen, but blind obedience is not in its nature. Same as you, I guess. Wrong time, wrong place. I was wandering through Kunakt and got caught in an outbreak. I was kept with the rest at first, but when they figured out I was a Pict, well, then I deserved special treatment. One of the priests took me to a place so thick with weirdness, it scared me. I needed to get away, otherwise, I don't know what would have happened. I just know whatever it wasn't for me. Why indeed? Perhaps it's a test of patience. My hair tangles mercilessly around them. I even need to wear head wraps to hide them. I hate wearing head wraps. It should, although I admit that the past few weeks have made me hate the taste. Still, thank you. There isn't much kindness going around this place. It wouldn't be very gracious of me not to repay it, would it? Take this. It might prove useful for you. Oh.
Oh, thank you. Oh, you gave me a ring. That's a nice gift for a healing potion. Okay, so I can go through Surya. I can go through... Oh, we got an elevator. That looks like a way out. So it looks like I can choose which character I want to follow. This leads me with Surya. The Pict lady. Okay, this is probably where jumping down that hole of the body down. I went down the stairs past what's-his-face. I'm gonna lockpicks. Taking all the medicinal ingredients. You punching the wall? See a boss? Uh-oh.
The Prophet wants you dead. We'll send you into the abyss! You'll suffer for your sins! Your sins will be punished!
It's definitely better at fighting.
I'm not afraid to suffer! Your death is certain!
He's only using fists, so he's not as deadly as some.
We'll send you into the abyss!
Okay. Athlete's Pride, Thorn Helm. Breastplate. Okay, so far that's the best armor I got. Now I look very pagan. Thorn Crown, that's a very, Jesuit type of symbol. Again, Middle Eastern. Okay, well, we can rest in here. No. Okay. There's two ways into this area, I guess, if I can get up there. No, I can't get up there. Oh, I can climb up through here. Okay. Still want to go up the elevator or past the bow dude? Do I want to follow Surya or whoever the red sneaky thief dude guy? Sneaky thief dude guy helped let me out. What do I get here? Maybe I should at least hear him out before I leave. Oh, I can't. I jumped down. Ha! I made my choice. Okay. Elevator it is. Come back, Mr. Elevator. I gotta resummon that because I wasn't quite standing on the platform. Come back, elevator. Might need a shovel.
You took your sweet time, eh?
Alright,
I
red hood
understand.
dude.
I did too, when I was leaving this place for the first time. You have to admit that the Red Priests are quite resourceful. At least when it comes to death and dying. Great question, truly. But in case you hadn't noticed, we're still within the walls of the island asylum. When we're out, then we can talk. I'm told this path leads to the beach. I'll wait for you there until dusk. Good luck.
Alright. Feel all the things. I'm guessing the tutorial is his first level mission. Alright. Lockpick, weird plasma, rejuvenation potion, jar brick hammer. We want all the tools. Like, I don't know how I'm carrying all this shit. I must have a really nice backpack that I can't see. Oh shit. Wrong button. Wrong button. Well, at least I have better armor. Okay. Give me the food. The food seems... okay, so you got a lady, sort of, you know, dead, with... I don't know what that is. She's missing her lower jaw. She might have horns or sticks. And a hood. I'm not entirely sure what she's supposed to be. Okay, commentary to Brother Yeston's Underground Wonders. Contrary to Brother Yeston's view that the lower level of the island asylum is merely a confined vault system under the building complex, seems endless. I suspect it spans the island and reaches beyond. When Brother Yeston's explorations are commendable, he was too ready to view dead ends as final. My research, however, has repeatedly confirmed that many passages he marked as closed off were burial tunnels extending deeper. As our doctrine teaches, persistence brings results, and we've been rewarded. At the end of one such tunnel, dismissed as a dead end, we found a vast chamber, and in its center a menhir. A remarkable monument, the menhir is truly an underground wonder, potentially revolutionizing our understanding of these statues. I wonder if one group of our peoples were stuck underground and evolved into something else. Or we were stuck trying to be multicultural in a world surrounded by all these peoples. They went underground and remained isolated and mutated based on genetic lack of diversity. Weird plasm. This four-dweller diorama, like all the crazy aliens, I don't know, like all this talk of aliens is you keep seeing these beings that are emancipated with gray skin living underground. I don't think they're aliens, guys. I think they're just a version of human that went underground. Anyway. Four-dweller diorama unsettles me. Why does it look so dead? Previous depictions showed living beings, and the skull so similar to ours it's eerie. It resembles a menhir, yet menhirs were supposedly raised by Merlin. Merlin's a type of bird. But how could four dwellers, and of course we all know Merlin, he was the mystic, wizened advisor of Arthur. Anyway, Merlin didn't create the menhirs. We found one buried in the labyrinth. Brother Hugar is studying it now. If we're the first to explore this island of the dead depths, Merlin couldn't have invented them. The truth will shake Avalon's faith in the old charlatan, the word of Prophet Kai. Okay, so you're using some Egyptian mythology. So, yes, Native Europeans did start living in a region around Egypt. So this is the interesting thing with peoples and cultures. We apply a label to a region, say this is Egypt, these are the borders, people living there are Egyptians. But then you have to remember, 5,000 years ago, the people living in Egypt weren't the same genetic components of the people living there now. You've had a combination of Native Europeans with an influx of native, we'll just say, it's closer to Native American blood. Siberian, I guess, Inuit. Inuit was the first native precursor before all our races started joining. They're the most isolated native component outside of the genetic range of modern humanity. So the early Egyptians were a little tiny pocket of this native Inuit blood mixed with a lot of native European blood. So they're a lot closer to, say, Sami Finnish people than, Celts are just like one step into between like this native this native precursor to Europeans and Slavics, right? So there's two major camps of European peoples. You've got the Slavics, which are the R1A male lines, and you've got the Celts, and the Northern Europeans, which are more of the native European bloodline. It's like you've got like this one step in. So native Europeans were NY-DNA. They're living right now in northern Siberia, very closely beside the natives. You've got people who look very white, and you've got people who look more of a Native American Inuit. It's like a range of colors there. And that's kind of what you saw in ancient Egypt, right? Then in 3200 BC, you had the influx of the African blood. And that's where we became even more multicultural, and we had a step in a way that created the Arab precursors. And if you look at where they sit on the genetic chart, they're a lot closer to Africa than this native precursor was to the native Europeans. Slavics are the first sort of native precursor, and they're just one step away from Europeans. The Arabs are like halfway across the genetics origin of man map, all the way in the direction of Africa. And then you've got the Iranians, which is a step in back towards the natives, which is the Asian blood. In the direction of the precursors to the Chinese. It's interesting. I've got, X/ I don't like calling it X, it's Twitter, but I have Twitter postings describing my genetic research on that one, which shows the map of the origin of man and where all the original races were formed between these ancient native lines. And basically you'll see that there are three directions. There's Africa, there's the natives, and then there's the Europeans. Eastern Asians and Arabs like to think they were the first. Oh my God, the first. But they're living in the regions of the first. But they're actually the multicultural combinations of the first peoples, which were the Africans, the native Inuits. The Inuits are the closest natives that are retain genetic isolation away from the other cultures. That's because they lived in the cold regions by themselves for so long. And the Europeans, the native Europeans. And again, you'll see the most isolated, the ones living in the isolated regions in small pockets of peoples who haven't had as much influx of foreign races and genetic mutations. So the rest of us were this colored tapestry between the other three colors. It's like making a tie-dye shirt with the red, blue, and yellow and putting them on opposite ends and seeing how they blend together as they move to the center of the shirt. How they bleed through the fabric to create our modern peoples. Anyway, yes. A lot of history, a lot of philosophy, a lot of mythology here. So, yeah. So Merlin, we don't know if Merlin was a bird. Birds were the symbols associated to these Egyptian citizens that were sitting sort of in the middle of the Europeans who were dealing with this massive migration influx from Africa and Asia and starting to step towards becoming Middle Eastern. So the Middle Eastern, in a way, are the children of everybody's race, with a huger, stronger tie to Asia than any other culture, and Africa, depending on... See, this is what you see in the Middle East. You've got three versions of Arabs, right? And they're tearing each other apart because they're all racist against one another. The guys from Africa hate the guys from Asia, hate the guys from Europe. And they're all in one of these camps, right? There's no middle camp. Brother Terrell's diary. Brother Jir fell into the abyss. May Kai watch over his soul. A sacrifice taught us that laying planks won't work. They simply won't hold. There's a force blocking the passage. The bridge's outline is visible, yet Jir's thrown rocks met only air. There must be a mechanism or spell we're missing. I can't give up now. The secrets on the other side call to me. I'll be the first to cross that bridge even if it kills me. So, okay. So Kai, or Ka-nom, my nom was Kai, was Ka. Nom would have been German or French for name, right? Ka, nom. That's who Ka-nom was, right? Hey guys, my name was Ka. Okay, can I hit this? Ah, that is weird. You have an invisible... Can I step on that? Or is that gonna kill me? Or is it just not working because I don't have like a gemstone or something to power it? Gnome, or name, or nom. It's kind of like Anglo-Saxon, right? So French still uses this term. Mon nom est. Germans, I don't know enough German to tell you, but I know it is. And Anglo-Saxons, which are Germanic offshoots, my name. So we're pretty sure Ka-nom was either French, or German, or Anglo-Saxon. And you have to remember Anglo-Saxons are basically German. So he would have been treated with the most racism by multicultural Asians and Africans trying to push Ka's people out of Ka's territories. He was managing remember, he was managing clay potters and water in a particular region. And if foreigners in overpopulated cultures run out of water, because they have too many peoples who overconsume the water, they would be coming after him for his water in a foreign land, right? Or it could go both ways. They could have accused him of being a water thief. It's hard to tell because all of our data is based on, propaganda and third-party descriptions of these people. Was Ka were they describing him from the perspective of a German or was he Asian, or was he African? We do not know. This is ancient. This is 5,000 years ago, so it's really hard to tell. All we have are scratchings and pictographs and descriptions of what people half remember after, foreign invasions, indoctrinations, and multicultural merging. It's an interesting study, anyway, if you like mythology. Okay, where are we going here? That's interesting. We've got this, skeletal hooded man with two hands trying to hold... Is it a lady? Trying to hold this glowing stone? Oh god, that doesn't look healthy, does it? Okay. Brother Hugar's diary. The question remains, is there any significance to this menhir having 3 arms, not 4? Okay, so we got a statue of a genetic mutation. How can we examine it without touching it? Poor Brother Abbe touched it with his bare hands and vanished, as though he never existed. He disintegrated? Wow. Shocked. The Pope. Now we got a Pope. So we went from having a prophet to having a pope. I don't understand where you're... Okay. What Middle Eastern folks are going on this? This is Polish. So this would have been Slavic, Jewish, Eastern European culture. Talking about Avalon, which is Celtic culture, and they're really jumping all over the place with their religious terminology here. Sure. Shocked, the Pope forbade anyone from touching the Pope. Still, I hear it whispering my name. I should know I recalled it, but I don't want to. Someday I'll answer his call and claim it was Kai. Even if it wasn't. I need to know. Should we touch it? I guess we gotta touch it, right? Okay, so there's one. Okay, so you see this multi-armed stuff in a lot of Indian and Vedic statues. Each arm represents an aspect of their godly or divine nature, like what their responsibility or role was in their pantheon, right? So one arm here is holding a sword. That implies whoever this person was, they were a warrior. One arm here is holding an arm. Maybe it's a healing or defensive nature. Reinforcement, support. We're not sure. And one arm here has its hand out. So maybe they were accepting donations, or maybe it's a representation of him talking or orating, because it's below his face or mouth. So either he has his hand out to ask for things, or he's talking with his hands, maybe. I don't know. So we can see whatever aspect, like if you're relating it to Vedic statues. Maybe it has nothing to do with Vedic statues, it's simply a mutant creature with 3 arms. Or maybe this one arm here is just, you know, it's there. Like, you've got 2 arms coming from here. Maybe it's a false arm used by con artists and thieves. They have a fake arm displayed across their chest, so you don't see what this arm is really doing, and this arm is taking something. So maybe this man was a thief. Who knows, right? We'll touch it. We're gonna touch it. We're seeing where this glowing statue is gonna take us. The Great Escape. We'll meet again when I find a way out of the island asylum. Whoa, we're in, this reminds me of Don't Make Cry. We're in a floating, I guess, wasteland with ruins. Maybe a very, very high place where we can't see the bottom, a mountain. Because everything below us is mist. The bowels of the earth. Well, we have sky above us, so we're probably on a mountain. Brother Abbe. Okay, well, he came through here. Let's keep going.
It's not here.
It's not here? I'm not supposed to be here? Is that what you're supposed to telling me? Why do my statues here have glowing eyes? They're short peoples. Okay, so mythology-wise, the African precursors were the Mamuti pygmies. So short peoples probably had, and then in today's culture, Asians and Africans, well, Asians are the shortest of all the cultures in modern society, I think. With the exception of the pygmy cultures of Africa. That implies that the Eastern Asians, it's possible they shared some genetic component, but height is based on a few genes, so it's hard to say. But okay, so we got these stone short peoples. It could be these are children too. Are they depicting children or short peoples? They're all around me here. I came from up there. And I have to the left and to the right. Oh no, just to the left. Okay, we're gonna continue on. What are you trying to tell me here? Cormac. Cormac? Cormac is one of an ancient Irish hero. Okay, so we've got these stone titans holding up the world, or these mountain pillars. Are they memories of ancient statues that were larger than life? He's pointing off in the distance towards a wrecked ship. Interesting.
Chugin. Loom.
Chugin Loom. I wish I'd learned more Celtic. I have like very limited Celtic. I tried studying it once, but it's really hard to retain a language when there aren't a lot of sources for learning. Like the books themselves aren't really accessible, and you don't have people to talk with. It makes it hard to reinforce the language. Like, am I doing it right? Am I saying it right? I can't tell. Okay, so there's a lot of people all holding these things up, pointing, looking towards this wrecked ship.
Gift. Peace.
Gift of peace.
Fear. Not.
Okay, he's struggling to speak the language. He's getting it. He's getting my language better. He's trying to figure out what I speak. Or what I understand, maybe. Oh, that's pretty. We're going into these pretty trees, and there's a portal here. Okay, so we can see these towers. Okay. So this one's pointing towards this person. So are they seeing an invader? Are they watching ships invade? So in ancient Minoan walls, they were attacked by people depicted with red skin. If you go look at the, Hyksos invasion of Egypt and Greece, there's murals on the walls of Santorini, of a city of white people with white skin wearing clothing, being attacked by boats that look like coming from an underground city. And these people are all very red skinned. It's like, are they sunburned? Are they like South Asians with red skin? Are they Africans with red ochre dyed skin? Because there are some native African tribes that still do this in Ethiopia. I'm just gonna look around before I jump into the portal to sort of see what else is in there. Okay, you've got a pool with some columns and pillars. You got what looks like a lighthouse, maybe, or a well on top of a tower. Yeah, it looks like a lighthouse to me. You got a fallen tower. The Titans are on these mountains are looking towards these peoples. And then we've got a castle here, off in the distance. And it's whatever this red, maybe that's lava? Red light? I'm not sure what they're trying to tell me here. Back in this direction, there's more Titans climbing these mountains, or holding these mountains up. And we got this pretty pink tree. So it could maybe a cherry blossom, or an apple blossom, or a crab apple, or a magnolia tree. We have a lot of pink flowering trees. These fruit trees typically.
I've been waiting a long time for someone to find me. Are you here to help me leave this place? I wish I could answer. I cannot remember. I know I am not complete. I remember I once knew who I was at some point, but I do not anymore. I just am.
So, you could have been in exiled underground for one of several reasons. One, you were in your quarantine. Two, you were in jail for being a criminal and rejected by the community. Three, you were hiding away from a community that was out there trying to hurt you. And these are very different peoples, right? So letting someone out from quarantine to plague you is not a good idea. Letting someone out, a criminal out to attack you, is not a good idea. But letting someone out who was persecuted learn and, live in their ways is not a bad thing. So one of these things is not a bad thing. Two of these things, you gotta sort of go, hold on. Are you gonna infect us with an illness, or have we already resolved that illness? Are you gonna attack us for, whatever your PTSD or whatever people did in the past was? Or are you gonna attack us because that's your way of life? And that's why you got rejected and why you're down there, because people didn't want you anymore.
I do not know.
Nobody knows,
I
right?
think it is some kind of prison, deep in the weirdness.
Okay, so he's in a prison.
And you? Why are you here?
Why am I here? I was exploring. I got
Are
transported by a
men
statue.
here? That would explain the weirdness surrounding us.
Men are here.
Walk with me. Let's find out together, now that I'm free.
Veneer, I think, were these stones that had... Weren't they these stone sort of megalith structures that had spirals written on them? Do I have that terminology correct in Celtic mythology? That's what I want to say they are. I can look it up. Because, yeah, like... Yeah, they're like standing stones. It's kind of like a primitive version of a Egyptian obelisk. Because they're not carved. They don't always have depictions on them. It's just a big stone obelisk. It's like a more primitive, simple version of an Egyptian obelisk. Like, we didn't carve it yet, or we didn't have we lost our people with the skills and trades to be able to carve it in the way we wanted, so we just left it as a standing stone reminder.
I remember arriving on the shores of Avalon. That was the beginning of everything. But there were doubts and questions. How does it feel to leave your homeland behind? To keep moving forward, even though every step takes you into the unknown? The Four Dwellers quickly made it clear to us. If we wanted to call this place home, we'd have to fight for it, down to the last drop of blood.
So in Irish mythology, this is present. The Fomorians were said to have been there first, and the Tuatha De Danann, Tua De Danann, you are of Danann. Dan was a tribe in Israel that lived in the Middle East, right? So it's a Syrian tribe of peoples who were removed and ejected from the Middle East. We don't know where they went. Perhaps they removed themselves. So when in Irish mythology, when you say Tuatha De Danann, you're basically a French person telling them you are of the Dan tribe, and your Dan tribe's Anne. So they're implying that this group of peoples were early Egyptians, that left. There is a pocket of them that left when the Pygmies, the African Pygmies, attacked in the Narmer era and created the pre-dynasty Egyptian. So it's basically a pre-dynastic Egyptian culture who left Egypt and came to Ireland. This is 5,000 years ago. And what they did is they settled and they merged in with these peoples who called themselves Fomorian. Which were probably an ancient native tribe. And they became the Celts, right? These are the people that are more Celtic. we know the R1A, R1B tribes were living together at some point around the Middle East. These were the Yamnaya culture, these Slavic precursors. Well, this is implying that the Ends, or the native European tribes, were out this way already. They were the Fomorians, and they were maybe joined by these early Slavic precursors. So and we became the R1B tribe, right? So we're a little bit different from our R1A Slavic components, which you'll find from Asia. They've got a lot more Asian genetics. So we are, if you look at the genetic map, we're just one step away from these European precursors. But we came from a male line that was similar to Slavics. So we kept the women of our own peoples, or these ancient native peoples, but we had men from a foreign culture. So were they taking in the men? Were they raped? Were they consumed by a foreign culture? We don't know. But we contain the blood of both, right? Half Fomorian, half Tuatha De Danann, so to speak. And that's kind of what early Celts were, right? There's another component that says, no. See, we Jewish Middle Easterns were there first. We were totally there first. But there's no, like if you look at genetics, there's no evidence of this. We know the Jews came in from Arabic regions. They're coming in from the Middle East, Iran, Iraq, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan. They're coming in from this middle strip between Asia and Europe. And we know they came in at different points in history. They came in during, Islamic push. The Achaemenid Empire, they were pushing Persian blood through the Mediterranean and the Middle East, out of Asia. We know the Jewish peoples hit the... Oh shit, I just fell down. We hit the UK in Victorian times. So pre-World War, we had a lot of Jewish migration into Britain through the Sephardic Jews. Sephardic Jews were Islamics that were pushed out of Spain because they were spreading famines and plagues. They were basically stripping resources into Asia, trying to profit and make money, right? And they were spreading plagues and illnesses. And there's evidence of this in history, with the famine moving outward from first Iran, then Syria and Egypt, then Spain, then into France, then into England. You can see it's a domino effect, like the food was stripped outward. And we know it was going into Asia. And you're doing this again in modern times, so it's really easy to see these patterns. Like, there's this desire to get rich, trying to fuel overpopulation in Asia. And it's tearing Asia apart, it's tearing the Middle East apart, it's tearing everybody apart. They're all trying to feed Africa, they're trying to feed Asia. And it's all overpopulation, right? You shouldn't be having so many peoples. It's the only reason you're draining the resources of other cultures, and you're destroying environments trying to do it. The planet can't support this many peoples, and you're stubbornly trying to kill the planet and kill other races to support overpopulation. It's not working out. And you can see, based on sheer numbers of population size globally, which races are problematic. Genetically, there's the E DNA line. This is the Africans, the Ethiopians and Northern Africans, pushing down into the south. There's the JY DNA line. This is the Arabs and the Jews. They're the same Y DNA. So here we can see we've got these Fomorian giants fighting these Tuatha De Danann human-like peoples. So they are trying to use some of the ancient... This looks like they're using Irish, not Welsh mythology. I guess the only thing they understood was Irish. Scots are a little bit different too, because Scots deal with the, they've got an influx of Vikings into the, mix. The Tuatha were said to have been pushed into Scotland and then back into Ireland, so they would be more in the northern groups. But there's also peoples who came later that supposedly sat in Connacht and Middle Ireland, so it's hard to tell, geographically where they are. Because you killed their druids, right? You killed their scholars. They were
In the
passing
end, we won the war.
through word of mouth.
Merlin stole the sacred flame of the Foredwellers and ignited the menhirs, driving away the mist and clearing the nights of weirdness.
Okay.
It was the first time we uncovered the secrets hidden within the menhirs.
Igniting the menhirs, they're implying they were torches or lookout posts. So they were like signal flares or warnings. If you lit a menhir, you were creating a torch that was high enough in elevation to be seen from a distance that could warn someone of impending trouble. So they're lighthouses or signal flares. That only works if you can see the menhir from a distance and you put the fire on right on top of it. Okay, so we got a village down there. Something's burning. City? I don't know. Okay, we got this three-handed dude with a sword. He's got a backpack on. It looks like it's holding things together. It looks like it's made of like pieces of a mast of a ship or something, or he's got tools. We can't tell what they are. He's definitely carrying something in a pack. So he's carrying all his tools and supplies? Or is this arm someone he's carrying on his back? A child, perhaps. Is it a woman carrying a child?
Still, the land of Avalon honored our toil. It soaked up our sweat, our suffering, and our blood. In time, it rewarded us. Here in Avalon, we were given the chance to create great things. Camelot, the eternal castle, the capital of all humankind, was meant to be a symbol of that.
I hate when Middle Eastern folks invoke humankind. Shu, was an Asian. So you're calling them Shu-men or human, you're implying they're Middle Eastern Asians. And these folks weren't Asian, they were fleeing Asian invasion. They were precursor early native Europeans, right? They were Europeans with a little bit of native blood. Who were not Asians. What we know today as Asian cultures are a lot more Eastern Asian. Oh fuck. How do I run again? Is there a way to run? Okay, that's letting me run. So in Egyptian culture, Shu was the guy who was managing, he was the god who was responsible for overseeing and managing smaller outposts of settlements and communities of private individuals and wealthy folks. So you had a Tefnut, which was a Eastern newt, a woman who owned a business or a bloodline that you were marrying foreigners into. And Shu was trying to keep them apart, right? He was trying to keep the Geb off of Newt. Geb being, was Geb the earth? And Newt was the sky. So he was trying to keep the people of the earth, which would have been the farm workers, from breeding with the people of the sky, which would have been the native priests, the peoples living on the mountains. So for whatever reason, this guy managing these foreign households of citizen women marrying foreign migrants was trying to keep them in power and prevent the peoples, the workers of the earth who lived on the lands, from mating with their own priests. This implies Shu was a foreign invader, or he was pushing for foreign occupation, basically. So who were Shu's people? They were the Shu men. At least to ancient native Europeans and early Egyptians.
We left the homelands to survive. The plague had consumed everything we once knew. We thought we'd escaped it, but the Red Death returned like a spectre to haunt us. Once again, it began to devour our home.
And we think these folks came in through Akkadian invasion. A force towards Asia, Indus Valley, or out of that region, came into Mesopotamia, or this Middle Eastern region, and attacked the white groups that were living there. Uh-oh. They're immune? Oh no. Okay, so I'm doing like pressure damage, but it's not bleeding them. Fighting here. Oh no! Oh hey, we got a level. What does levels get me? Oh no. So in Asian culture, in Japanese, they would call them ningen. And ningen, or ninsmen, were another group associated with an Egyptian god called Min. Min or Nin was a African-blooded dude that had again, all of these people had European blood. They all had native blood. But Ninsgen followed Min, and Shu's men, so Ningen were Min's men, and Hu men, or Shu's men, were Shu's. Not everybody followed Min or Shu. Some people followed Ka, which it seems like these red priests are worshipping Ka. Some people followed Ra. Ra was he was sort of the bird leader who was said to be a child of Ka. This is like the, early pre-dynastic or the early Egyptian, religions there, which I don't know why the modern era of Egyptologists are shoveling crap of, oh, everyone's great, everyone's wonderful. I'm not going to tell you what this means because I don't really know what this means because I'm Arab. I'm shoes man. Or men's man. Oh, they're just turning around. This is bad AI, or are they going back for some other reason? Did they get their life back? What are they doing? No? We're being called back to whatever this is. That one's down. Why would I use any other skill than this? Because they're deadlier? Like, if I used a bow, would it be deadlier? But I mean, I'm a magic user. I've got great magic regen here. Like, it's telling with how you describe the name for people of who you followed based on these pretty early Egyptian cultures. They use the same terms. Languages evolved around after they moved out, separated from each other. Like, we also have the term people. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Where we developed language. Humans, people, citizens. And then we started naming people after regions. Canadians, Americans, Indians, Afghani, whatever, like, or Arabic. Like, that's all Schumann and Ningen were, really. They were people of a certain tribe or belief system, I'm guessing, that were moving around. And you have to remember, a lot of the origin of peoples came out of the Middle East and walked outward into the other regions. But some of us were natives and remained behind. Or contained the blood of natives that took in certain peoples. Some of it was by choice and some of it was not by choice. So, the plague on the world has always been overpopulation, right? Peoples attacking other peoples because they're creating too many peoples. And don't have purpose for these lives. Some ancient ideology would say they split their spirit so thin, they're shattered fragments of themselves, trying to divide their purpose and goal amongst too many. Absolutely, but they're depicting Egyptian style. Okay, so they're using Egyptian mythology and Middle Eastern culture as a reference here. So we've got a spiky crown, a thorn crown, I guess, that's shattered. That's a Jesuit or Christianity reference. got a Viking kind of Asiatic looking sword. We've got this dude. Oh god, now we're going to the private here. Muspelheim. Okay, now we're going north. Okay, the horn dudes were Ethiopian. African blooded. Muspelheim is that's northern. This is northern for sure. This is Norse mythology. So are they implying the Viking blood corrupted the European blood here? Or it's waking it up?
Oh, awaken thee, once and future king.
The Greeks have one mythology where it was a lesbian king. But for the most part, kings have always been applied to a male ruler. Ra, or the citizen ruler of Egypt, became Ra, which is the French term for king. They retained that word. What's this? Do I have to shoot this? No. Alright, this is interesting. We've got a blood tie, like blood myths and blood mythology and vampires come out of Eastern Europe, Scandinavia, Romania, Transylvania, you know.
I am his hunger, the craving for what was beyond reach.
Okay. Bind the soul to the stone. Don't want to do that? What's that going to get me?
I am his burden, the man beneath the myth.
Okay, so we got two ladies. I can't do anything with her. This side is completely busted. So, okay, so what? One girl's Guinevere and one girl is his sister, Morgana or something? Who's this person?
I am his oath, the weight of duty that shields the faithful.
There's one his mother, Igraine. So I can't do anything with two of the ladies. I gotta do something with the first lady. It's telling me there because it's giving me the quest icon over it, but I'm gonna see all these people first. We've got
I am his will,
4 ladies.
the fire that bends the world to his command.
Fire the okay. So one's a warrior, one's a shield. So you got a warrior, a shield, a what is this? Spy master, and who is this one? His hunger. A traitor?
I am his
Quartermaster?
hunger, the craving.
Okay, so you've got a quartermaster. You've got a PR representative. She's doing the myth itself.
I am his burden.
The man beneath the myth. So she seems to be like the true story. So she's what? The people? This one's the PR, accessing things from other regions. A trader, a merchant. This one's a warrior and this one's a guard. Interesting choices there. And we're forced to interact with the trader.
I am his hunger,
The merchant,
the
quartermaster.
craving for what was beyond reach. I am the price paid for touching the unreal.
Okay, so giving up the merchant. Whoa, get out of the way of the blood flow. They sacrificed the merchants? Is that what you're telling me? Which is true. If you look at European culture, and they gave up the Islamic merchants who were the foreign peoples who were stripping resources out of Europe and bringing in death and plagues. They let them stick around for a while until they were creating religious unrest and they were killing each other. They're basically a faction of people who were out there killing each other through racism and religious unrest. So they basically said, fuck this, and they got rid of the zealots and terrorists and kicked them out. Put them back in the culture, the other half of the multicultural reign. The peoples who they were selling their resources to. They got shoved into those territories. Because they were sponsoring those peoples and helping their well good and benefit, and not the local peoples who were being punished for their presence.
I am his bird.
Okay, so we're not doing this one next. It wants me to go over to the warrior side first. So first you sacrifice the merchants. Interesting that they're choosing that for their story. They sacrifice the merchants first. Then they're sacrificing their warriors.
I am his will, the fire that bends the world to his command.
Okay. Nope, I'm only I did not sacrifice the shields, the swords, or the whatever, the PR, the heart peoples. So maybe sacrifice the merchants.
Ah, yes. I can see through the mist, but it's still all so unclear.
So they did that to try and protect themselves
I've
from
dreamt
plagues
of
and death.
countless deaths for such a long time.
To give their peoples a shot at life.
It's time to wake.
And these folks were pushed back into the Ottoman territories they came from.
Arthur Pendragon.
Are you now?
I led humans to Avalon shores. I built the
so he's
great
claiming to be a
halls of
migrant.
Camelot. Thank you for bringing me here. I believe I owe you, young one.
Okay.
It may not seem like it at times, but one always has a choice. Even if it's as simple as pushing onwards when others might back down. You brought me back. This is what matters.
So we've got
And
a
for
winged
that,
lady, a very
I am
ISIS
grateful.
or
But
Nana
now,
description back there.
let us leave this place and head to Avalon. I need to see my kingdom again.
So this dude's represented
I
by
trust
four
you'll
ladies.
accompany me.
He gave up one
Or would
lady
you
and then he
rather
has three
stay
ladies.
in this wretched place?
This is very in Norse mythology, because there were three Norns, or three advisors, to the Norse god Odin. So, I mean, you're using elements of Celtic mythology here, but you're really, really injecting more Norse and Slavic ideology here. Ottoman Jewish ideology. In a region that didn't have these people at this time. What
I
is this
am
place?
not sure. Yet I learned to be grateful of fortunate outcomes, even if they come unexpected. It seems to be a place located between life and death. Or maybe a place that can defy death. But why was it created? By whom and when? These I'm unable to answer.
Like, I appreciate that they're trying to merge all these ideas of ancient Europeans together, but come on, guys, where's the Celts? This is Celtic's mythology. Where's the Celts' beliefs and ideology here?
Trust me, I wish I knew.
Oh, we used the name Arthur.
Death,
Yeah.
then darkness, a terrible loneliness. Ages upon ages of solitude. And these are all the details I have. Perhaps, in time, I'll remember more.
You should stop dumping
that's
on
enough
and
questions for
persecuting the
now.
poor Celts.
Let us walk together and see the kingdom forged so long ago. After years of struggle, my people in Avalon finally live in peace and prosperity. I must see the legacy of the Age of Conquest with my own eyes. My Camelot in all its glory. What is happening? No.
Hold on, Ka Mi Lot. So there was a ruler called Lot. So Lot in British mythology was King Lot. He was a figure in Arthurian legend, but he was the father of Gawain, who was just a knight of the the Round Table, right? His half sister was Anna.
I'll
Tuatha
see
de
the world
Danann.
through
You know,
your eyes.
You are of
In
down
return,
Anna.
I'll lend
So,
you what strength
Lot's
I
sister
have.
was Anna. Lot, Ka Mi Lot. Call me Lot? Or Ka, I am Lot. So wherever this guy, Lot in Arthurian mythology was Gawain's father. And Gawain was simply a knight at the table. He wasn't leading the table. And the table was a round table of knights that were supposed to be working together. Like tribal chiefs that were supposed to be allied. Arthur was supposedly the head king of all these kings. Did Arthur step above to try and, raise himself above these kings, or was he just recognized as the people they all respected? Did they follow him willingly, or did he try to usurp the power of this tribal council?
You are a surprising acquaintance, and it will be a pleasure to travel.
It's interesting
with
that this
someone
is
of your
the
disposition.
Eastern European, Northern European,
And since it
Jewish
seems
view
that
of
fate has
Celtic
bound us together,
mythology.
let us make the
Like,
best
what are
of
they
it.
trying to tell us here? Is this what they really
Seeing my
think, or are they just trying to
legacy
make an
through the eyes
interesting
of another,
story?
A true picture of Avalon, not one crafted specifically for the king, may prove to be an interesting experience.
So they're implying that wherever Camelot was probably on Lot's lands? Or was it on Arthur's land? It's hard to say. Avalon. Avalon. What would that have meant? Go to lawn? Because you have to remember there's some French terminology in here. Yeah. Or you go alone. Avalon, I go alone? Or have to go alone? When going to Avalon, you have to go by yourself? So it makes you wonder, are the French trying to preserve their language to preserve an understanding of history or mythology through word of mouth? By the names and labels they're applied to things? Is that why they're so gung-ho about maintaining their language? But they're doing it at the racist expense of, other people's. Like, in Canada, we learn both languages. We're fine learning other languages. There's no problem with that. It's when you start persecuting and enforcing your language over all others that you start looking a little dictator tyrant-y. Anyway, so, Avalon. So if you mix the concept of French and English here, is like to have to go to lawn. Where's lawn? What does lawn mean in French? Lawn in French is isolé means alone in French. Lawn is alone in English. So is this broken French English? Laon means one. You have to go to one. Oh! To get to Avalon, you have to return your spirit into one. You have to return all of your spirits into a single vessel to be able to transcend to Avalon. That's the Celtic mythology. Yeah, okay.
Oh, what an adventure this
That's
will be.
That's not bad. That's close. Interesting. So who's their storyteller here? Is it an Asian? Is it a Jew? Or is it a Northern European? Or is it a Celt? Yeah. So to get to Avalon, you have to be the last of your peoples. They weren't providing fertility services for everybody. They were preserving races or the traits of man, or whatever those men were. So it's implying there's touches of fertility cult in here, for sure. So perhaps Avalon was a fertility temple, or providing fertility services to preserve the genetic traits or skill sets or of rare minority bloodlines. They're preserving life for unique spirits. Okay, so you've unlocked your first soul fragment. Now you can safely enter the weirdness and interact with various machinery left behind by Fort dwellers. Okay, and he's prevented, okay, so he's inoculated me from the Red Death, whatever the Red Plague was. Okay, so I have some more rings here. I have armor, so I do protection and magic. Or should I do stamina? I think I'll keep magic and protection. Because that's kind of what I'm doing right now. I'm being Healy build. Healy build. Cool, we can get in here now. So it's telling me I can go... Can't go this way. I guess that's the fast travel back. Okay, so we've got the three-headed... Okay, so the three-headed symbol was used a lot in Greek, Turkish cultures for a group of women, usually. Three ladies, the grandmother, the mother, and the child. That they were basically the Fates or the Norns. A family of women, or who were strategists, quartermasters, decision makers. Later they became associated with, say, Persephone, a queen, Hecate, a witch, and Artemis, a huntress warrior. In Greek mythology. So you had like a landed ruler with her, mystical advisor or scholar, and her herbalist scholar, her problem solver, and her warrior acquirer of things. Okay, so we got two little Cyclopses guys here. So Cyclopses could have been a genetic mutation. Cyclops, are these guys prisoners? They've got gauntlets reinforcing their arms. Make them stronger, or... He's got like a bone armor going on there. He's wearing bone armor. Interesting imagery. There was one hammer in, was it Middle Eastern culture, that had the heads of 3 lions. That looked a little bit like this 3-headed thing. Okay, so we're gonna walk past this thingy, whatever the hell it was. You got a light orb. I'm not sure what the light orb surrounded by these, umbilical cord things are. Okay, we gotta... Ooh, I just walked up the side. So they're running the gears or cogs or whatever's going on down here, I guess. Can I take the glowing mushrooms? I can. Weird plasm. What is going on here? Oh, we got a will-o-wisp. A will-o-wisp. Is it like a firefly going through swamp lights? I don't know now. Oh, okay. So, I don't know what kind of language this is supposed to represent. It's like a mix between Greek, Norse, and Arabic here. We must abandon the vision because of what is beyond the sea. It came to us, and we do not want it. We must leave to defend ourselves. They are coming. The Titans will stay. Okay, so it's saying what's going to happen here. They're claiming they retreated when people from the sea came and attacked them. So we do know that a native group came across from the Americas into Asia, Chinese shores in 5500 BC. They came and they pushed the peoples out who were occupying the regions around the Altai Mountains, which would have been near Turkmenistan. And they were pushing those peoples inward towards the Middle East and Europe. We don't know what brought this is a specific native tribe. It's North American blood. It's the QM120 line. What later became Mongolian. We know when we first found remains of their presence in Europe and Asia. We know their peoples came from the Americas. We just don't know what brought them there. And why they set off this migration chain reaction that created the Middle East. And pushed all our peoples at one another. Let's see what the other side says. You gotta remember, like I said, the storytelling in this game is Jewish, Polish. Okay, we created the Titans. We need their work. So Titans would have been guild masters, guys. Guild masters. They were pillars of their community who led the production or acquisition of a specific thing. They were responsible for something. It's kind of like very primitive early government, where you're trying to have these groups of people who have skills, trades, and they're bringing something to the community. So the working Titans would have been your guild masters. And they're saying the Titans produce the power. Away from Tuathan. Okay, so you are Tuathan. You are Dan. So away from these peoples who've seen French, Syrian, or you got again, like I said, the term Syrian is now Arabic, but back in the day, Syrians were, Celts. Before the Arab groups pushed them out, this was thousands and thousands of years ago. Okay, so away from these people, the Tuathan, only the power of what is underground allows us to reach where the weirdness does not. So they're, okay, working Titans. So the working Titans, they're saying, are the Tuathan. Tuathan, Titan. Oh, Tuathan, Titan. Got it. So what, they're calling us, our early Celts, Titans? We were the Titans that were shoved out of the region? In Greek mythology, the Titans were ejected when the new gods, Zeus, took over the region. He overthrew his ancestors to take his lands. Which is true. This is what happened with migration, right? You had foreign migrant elements create this multicultural caste between these peoples, and the multicultural peoples took the lands and pushed the European origins out. So it's not a bad interpretation, I suppose. Probably not fully accurate, but it's not the worst interpretation. We do know there's evidence in genetic migration studies that this happened. Okay. Anyway, even when we leave, the Titans will not stop working. It's how they were created. Yeah, we are workaholics, aren't we? With their power, one day we will manage to learn what lies beyond the sea. You're accusing them of being migrants. Interesting. All peoples are migrants. The multicultural castes that occupy the Middle East were the migrants. You're more genetically similar to the migrants today than you were the peoples originally living there. So it's all perspective, right, of time. How long does it take before a migrant is no longer a migrant? That's an excellent philosophical question. Like in Canada's perspective, the majority population of Canada is 8 to 10 generations is a good average of the first peoples who created Canada and formed those borders and formed the peoples and culture around Canada. So from a Canadian perspective, 8 is based on the year Canada was created. We defined ourselves. We made ourselves from the mixes of the abandoned French Sephardic Jews. French didn't want them. They weren't French. They were trading with France, and they were bringing and sending plagues back. They sent smallpox back to France. So they did what the Islamics did to Spain. So they were rejected just like the Islamics in Spain were rejected, just like their original ancestors, the Sephardic Jews, were rejected. It was just like, you've done this twice. Fuck you guys, we don't want you. But Canada's like, okay, well, you can stay. So the Sephardic Jews that formed our Akkadian cultures, some of them have hard feelings, some of them are fine with us, some of them have multiculturally joined with the British and the natives that live here. So we formed ourselves from those three peoples, the Celts, the Sephardic Jews, and the natives, right? The native Algonquin and the native Inuit. These are the three peoples. And you'll notice that the Celts were close to the native Europeans, and the Inuits are close to the native. These are the native European precursor and the native, I guess the native precursor for the Native Americans. So Inuits are old peoples. Celts are the closest you're going to get to old peoples beyond the, the Finnish, Norse, whatever. The people at the very, very isolated northern pocket. We joined together, we took in the Sephardic French, and the Sephardic are very multicultural. They've got Arabic blood, African blood, Asian blood, European blood. They're very multicultural. So, and for our three races, the Sephardic Jews are the youngest. If you look in terms of racial origins. Anyway, but that was how we formed Canada. And later on, we had, Native Americans with Chinese blood come north to help settle in Manitoba. These are multicultural peoples rejected by the Native American tribes in Arizona and California because they were children of Chinese brothels. So they have the blood of Asia and they've got the blood of the Americas in them. They settled in Manitoba, formed the Cree Nations and some other nations in the middle of our country. They pushed the French Métis up to the Yukon and Northwestern Territories. So our people of Inuit, Algonquin, and French Sephardic Jew blood, this multicultural caste, and British blood was pushed upward again. So we're seeing signs of, again, Asian domination, Asian invasion through Native American cultures. We're seeing this pattern repeat itself. So we signed treaties and acknowledgments letting them have regions within the middle of the country. And then beside them, we settled Scandinavian peoples from a region called Bukovina. This is Ruthenian Scandinavian. So basically part Slavic, part Northern Europeans that were settled into Saskatchewan right beside them. They were farming for these Chinese Native Americans who didn't know how to produce food on new lands. Because you got to remember, the Native Americans are hunter-gatherer, forager cultures, and when their population sizes increase, you can't support a forager hunter-gatherer society. You expend and use up all the stuff, and you keep wandering from land to land, destroying the territories, consuming all the wood and trees. It doesn't work. This is why the planet, the globe, has moved into making cities, right? Anyway, so that's where, like, I come from Canada, so I have Canadian pride. That is what Canada formed its original population around. It formed them around the ancient, Europeans, the ancient natives, the Inuit who were living at the north, the Celts who were living in the sort of northwestern Europe. It formed around the French Sephardic Jews, this multicultural caste, and it formed around these Bukovinians, which were these Scandinavian Norse, Ruthenians, Scandinavian Slavics, basically. And they formed the backbone of what Canada started as. So we had our native Asian blood, we had our, Northern European, Eastern European blood, we had our French Southern European blood, and we had our Northwestern European blood. We started there. And we were the Inuits and the Europeans are the two persecuted races on this globe, right? We're the misfits shoved together trying to preserve our lands and keep all you other guys out from over-consuming us, because you can't seem to understand that we need somewhere to live too. So Asian cultures, people with native Asian blood, take up a huge chunk of the planet. They're reserving everything for themselves, and what isn't reserved from them, the African blooded and Middle Eastern blooded people wanted to reserve stuff for themselves. It's like, you guys are occupying the majority of the lands on the planet. Come on, guys. Give the rest of us somewhere to live. Anyway, what am I doing here? I'm getting lost in thoughts. Whoa! I should be zipping. Oh my god. so I gotta just dodge him, I think. And hit his golden, glowy center. Alright, we did it. Ring of Toughness increases encumbrance limit. I can carry more stuff. I have an encumbrance limit? I didn't even notice. I'm picking up all this shit. I didn't even notice. What's my encumbrance limit? Okay. Okay, we're back. Where did I get lost in thought? I was looking for an encumbrance level. Before I had to call for grocery shopping, because we do a household grocery trip to save gas. So we're back. Short intercession. Where is my... I'm looking at my bag. Oh, okay, so it's up here. I have 110. I'm holding 47. So yeah, there is an encumbrance. I have 79 gold. I'm level 2. Interesting. So anyway, as I was on the way back, I did some research as well. So Camelot, Arthurian legend, was written in I guess the stories were written between 1200 and 1500 AD, right? So it starts with, it's got Norse influences, so okay, I can see where this game's going. It's got French influences. Got Welsh influences. So Lot of Camelot, or came to Lot, I don't know, Lot came, I don't know. Lot was a Norseman linked to the Orkney Islands, and the Tuatha De Danann of Irish mythology came from Scottish lands. So the folks accused of being Tuatha De Danann by what sounds like French folks, maybe they were Lot's men, or Lots, the Viking folks who came or the Celtic folks who lived on Orkney Islands, who knows? Lot's people. So Lot was said to have married Anna. Anna was Arthur's younger sister. So they came from the north, and they were related by blood, probably. So they had relatives that were partially, I don't know, were they Irish? Were they Scottish? We won't know. So, you know, I'm trying to join the idea of recorded kings' names and Vikings' names and Orkney Islands with, you know, a written text of Arthurian legends, it's basically works of fiction, but it's tying ideologies between all of the societies of European that were living together in Wales. It had Welsh people, it had French people, it had Anglo-Saxon people, it had Norse people. So it's trying to touch and tie these. In a way, it's a political piece, trying to get these people to acknowledge and work together, perhaps. But yeah, I mean, the Tuatha De Danann leader, the Lot's son, was Gawain. So he was the Knight of the Round Table, son of Anna, who was the sister of Arthur. So he was there because he was a nephew of Arthur. That's why he was the representative in this region for those Orkney Scots peoples, I guess. Anyway, we'll go back in the story. That was what I had done research while I was on a trip to the grocery store and all that. I'm like, let's get some actual Celtic mythology in here so we have some learning. This is all based on this work of fiction written in Celtic lands, right? It was written in the United Kingdom for all the joint peoples of the United Kingdom. So, you know, Gawain's traveled to Rome, spent some time in the Middle East, and then came back to British Isles, supposedly. So I guess he is in a form. They gave him trips and treks to these lands in a form he's the most Italian of the groups, even though his people came from the north in Orkney. They're basically Scottish. Alright, let's go through this portal and see if that's it for this demo. Is there more? Okay, they blame the druids on the weirdness. You're weird because you're a druid. You're just weird. Anyway. I apologize for this being an overly ranty, but I get into mythology. I love the history of it all. The culturism. Perceptions. Stories. Oh, we found sage. We can pick it off the ground. I shouldn't pick it all, but you know, we're gonna pick it all. We've got dead boats. Flower. So now we got out of this area and we can see that... Oh, what's this? Letter to the Prior. Venerable Prior, I have left my post at the island asylum to deliver alarming news. My brothers have lost their senses, their souls tainted by a voice that is not the word. I have proof. Did Prophet Kai's teaching ever command us to subject her followers to torture, while fighting to heal their bodies and souls? Were we not to seek a cure for the plague, rather than indulge in the dark powers of weirdness? Please examine this appeal. Surely you did not compose it, nor do I recognize this fanatic seal. Someone is corrupting our brothers, attempting to silence the true word. I bring this letter and evidence to you, hoping for a just response, brother. Okay, so someone's going, whoa, they're taking it too far. They've gone crazy. We're the normal ones. We're not the crazy torturers. What the hell are these people doing? I like Wolfsbane. I'm sure I can use it for something alchemical. Alchemical? Wolfsbane. We get a little beach here. You can see shipwrecks. Daffodils. Looks like a pie. Okay, so we've got craggy outcroppings here. There's a dude here. He's got a fancy silk hat. Is that what the original, that's an Italian, very Italian looking hat. Or Ottoman. It's either Italian or Ottoman. Look at that hat. Recipes. Nope. We got stuffs. Alright, where are we going? S, so. Looks like a lot of people shipwrecked on this craggy shore. More boats. It's a very rocky shore. I have no idea where I'm going, but we're gonna go up this hill. Okay, someone's at a boat. Is that our way off this island? Oh, what's this? We've got a shepherd crook with a sort of like a religious wing icon thing. That's kind of Halo-like. And we've got, oh god, we've got a crazy temple over here. Okay, one thing at a time. Let's go check out this crazy temple thing. This looks like a scarab beetle. I'm getting Kepri vibes. So in Trials of Hercules, we'll say, he attacked a cancer-looking beetle. There was a crab, they called him, that was a militia general of Hera. They tried to stop him from destroying a fertility temple at, where was it, Lemnos? No. There's a Lernian Hydra. Did we already go through here? This is where we went? Okay. So I'm going in circles. We're going to walk towards the crazy statue up here. no! Oh fuck, I just fall damaged myself. Can I get up there or is it too far? Run! Take a running jump. There we go. What is this? Okay, so we got lady with a shepherd crook. And a sort of like wings or a halo behind her. She's got like sage and feathers and roses. Essence of the wind, carnations. Giving her girly things. What do we got here? This looks very native. Looks like a warning sign, like do not enter. It's like a boundary marker. Or, you know, is it a hunter's mark or a tribal marker? Okay, so there's one on either side. It's got a bone tied in the center. It looks a little, you know, baby mobile made out of bone on one side, and this one looks like a necklace or a chain. I'm not sure what that's supposed to represent, but there it is. Usually you see those things as boundary markers. Indicates you're crossing into someone's lands and those lands are curated or protected. They're warning you to stay away usually. They're like, we don't want you. When you see that stuff, that's usually what it means. It's like, please do not enter. Stay the fuck away. We may shoot to kill. Sometimes, oh, there's another dude. Sometimes it just means, you know, these are our lands and these are our symbols, and all we have is bones, because we're hunters. Maybe they're sign markers, who knows? Go this way for the children's house, go this way for the hunter's lodge. Hard to say when you see a sign marker. But it is a sign of something. Just a question of what. What's this guy got? Oh, we got a nobleman's boot and some fisherman tonic. Or tunic. Did I just say tonic? What the fuck? Okay. What's that look like? Can I wear character? I can wear it. Do I have better pants? I do. The Torn Keeper's pants are better. Look at this ridiculous hat. Fancy hats. That's very Italian. Middle Eastern. Turkish. Then we have this, which is a red priest. And then we have Crazy Thorn's helmet. Defensive, yo! Okay, well now I'm gonna wear the fisherman's tunic because it looks cooler. I don't have to wear this full bronze armor thing. Alright. You're at the boat. Can we go? Is this the end of the demo?
There you are. It took you a while. I was getting worried you wouldn't make it. I even realized that I didn't get a chance to introduce myself. I'm Caradoc, your savior.
Caradoc.
What kept you so long?
Caradoc. Ka, the king of the dock? Yeah, that would have been it, because that would have been where he was, Okay, this is going back to Narmer Palette. This is funny. I'm seeing a lot of Egyptian influences here. Like, pre-dynastic Egyptian.
Figured you would. A place like that doesn't let anyone through easy.
Why did
But
they
you're
choose that
standing
name,
here,
I wonder?
looking healthier than last
what
time.
was the name?
So I'm guessing you found
Taken
something
from?
worth the trouble. You found him. I'm
Why
truly
that
sorry
name?
it turned out to be you. Well, it seems that the Red Priests managed to succeed in at least one of their experiments. You were able to go deep into the weirdness, survive, and even bring a piece of our king's soul back with you. I don't have to explain that this isn't something that happens every day. My job is to make sure it won't ever happen again. And this means you have to die. I'm truly sorry.
Wait, what? Fuck you, man. Does that mean I at least get your armor? Oh, shit. I let him hit me. He one-hitted me! Whoa! Hold on. Am I an undead creature? Whoa, what happened, buddy?
I'm sorry, but that had to be done.
What
It
the?
shouldn't leave any lasting damage.
What the fucking what? What the fucking hell?
I had to do it. I had to get rid of the parasite that infested you a moment ago.
What the fucking what?
You've seen. No, you've felt what he's capable of.
Why did the color of
power
his scarf
can't be
get
unleashed on
darker?
Avalon. Not again.
I'm not colorblind, so I can see the fact that the red went down to the brown. What the
I
fuck?
could, but I have no issue with you. Only with what you carry within you.
What the fucking what,
This means
man?
you're safe, unless you decide to stand against me. You are much more valuable to me alive than dead.
Yeah, start making
You
sense,
found
please.
yourself in the middle of a mess that's been brewing for 600 years.
Only 600?
Every single time things go down the shitter on this island, a bunch of cowards in Camelot bring our once and future king back from the dead. It's happened before. It will happen
Did you
again.
realize Camelot was based on
And
a
soon.
work of fiction,
My
right?
journey, my mission,
There
is to stop
were
this from happening.
some figures in history that surround the area that did exist. But the essential writings that people read were works of fiction, weaving together stories. So the question is, did they write them trying to grab a cohesive story, or were they making their own version? Anyway, so you just killed King Arthur.
No, but thanks to you, I finally destroyed a piece of him I couldn't have reached otherwise.
Why did you kill King
And
Arthur?
from where I stand, that's progress.
So I'm
What
confused.
the Red Priests did to you must have been horrible. And yet, you've gained a unique ability to contain Arthur's powers within you. And what can be contained
But
can be
dude, you
killed.
killed me. Oh, hold on. Is this
That
an
is
analogy?
why
Did
your
he
assistance
just
might be of help on my journey. My goal is to destroy King Arthur, to get rid of him once and for all.
did he just, you
There
know,
are
create a
pieces of his
child
soul scattered across Avalon.
by piercing me
use
with
help
his
in finding,
fucking
collecting,
sword?
and destroying them.
Based on the sex story you started me out with in the original thing. Is this an analogy?
He's the reason the world as we know it is coming to an end.
What?
Every
The fucking
time they
what?
resurrect him, the weirdness
The
grows stronger.
weirdness.
Soon it will cover all of Avalon, and nobody will survive that. I've been cleaning this mess for a long time now. truly wish for this nightmare to end.
What is the weird? Are you talking Cthulhu-like, folks? We're gonna add Cthulhu to this mishmash of weird mythology.
I stand against the most powerful being Avalon has ever seen. This requires caution. What would you do were you in my place? Kindly ask your target if it wants to be killed. Please. And if you really must know, the spell I used on my sword couldn't have harmed you.
Aw.
I knew that. You were surprised. I got the upper hand. And now you're safe and sound. Can we leave this behind? Or did I judge you incorrectly and you'd like to waste some more of our time and cry about it some more?
Holy fucking hell, buddy. You're totally a Viking. So what, am I supposed to be the Anna in this lot analogy? Or Gawain if I'm playing a dude? Okay,
The plan is to steal Excalibur. Or at least, what's hiding within that damned blade. A piece of our king is bound to it. And so it needs to be destroyed. We'll have to cross that bridge when we come to it. The sword is kept in the Horns of the South. It's a fortress, but if someone has this emblem, they can enter freely. Here, pin it to your clothes. If you decide to help me, you should get in without any issues. When you do, find the captain. Brendan's his name. He'll tell you the rest.
Brendan, isn't he supposed to be the patron? Didn't we just see this in Call of Cthulhu? He was the patron saint of fishermen's. And again, Brienne Dan. So we really are going to the 12th of Dodana now, aren't we? Run, Dan.
I have something to do
whatever.
first, but you should get
Let's
some
keep
rest.
this train wreck rolling.
Judging by the waves, the journey won't be pleasant.
The game itself
Set up a camp and get some
is
sleep.
interesting.
Then we'll sail for the
It's
Horns
got
of
my
the
brain
South.
running everywhere though with mythology.
Here. Have some cobweb. Throw that into the fire and you'll be safe from the weirdness.
So I'm burning
case I
spider
don't come
webs
back
to
before
save
nightfall.
myself from weirdness? Dude, I think you are the weirdness. I can set up a bonfire, open the quick wheel with the left button. Whispers represent fragrance and memory unlocked by your mysterious companion. You can discuss these with him at the campfire. Oh god. Am I that dude? With my fragments of memories? Where are we going? No, left button, up. Let's place a campfire. Okay. Oh, so okay, so I'm discussing memories with this ghost of King Arthur's past. And wait a minute, we have a level up and a fuel. I level up, is this,
I should be gone. I should be gone. And yet, here we are.
You're still in there, buddy.
Whatever he tried, it must have failed. Something must have gone wrong. For him.
For him.
For us, it was a stroke of luck.
Yeah, okay, guys. You know, there's a thing called maternal and paternal DNA. You only get 50% of your bloodline. Well, it's not exactly 50%. You get 50% of your genetics from your dad and 50% of your genetics from mom. So depending on what genes you were targeting to be, I don't know, overridden, it doesn't work. Okay, and you know, where's the spirit residing in your genome here? Is it in the, which genes is it? Is it genes it's kind of like you get mix-mash, right? If you're a boy, you get your father's Y DNA. If you're a girl, you get your mother's mitochondrial DNA. If you're a boy, you get your mother's mitochondrial DNA. So if whatever your spirit thing is on the mitochondrial DNA, raping a woman won't replace you onto the woman. If it's somewhere else in the genome that this thing's tied to, then you got a 50-50 chance of getting the woman versus the man's version of it. Actually, it might be a little bit... you get 2 copies of every gene, one from your dad, one from your mom, and that might be your dad's mom or your dad's dad. So, or your mom's mom or your mom's dad. So, whatever it is he was trying to wipe away of Arthur here, I guess it failed. If Arthur was the boy of the women's maternal line, maybe it's the mitochondrial DNA and I'm the fucking girl, so it failed. Who knows? Who knows? We don't know. Like, the brain is composed of how the brain is built is based on tons of genetics. They're not sex-linked, as far as I'm aware. So maybe he just got the 50-50 chance and he rolled the dice thinking he won. I love this analogy, it's hilarious. Okay. He says
hatred. Yes. That much I understood.
Let's explain it to him. He doesn't
but
like
why?
you.
What did I take from him that he would go so far? He speaks as if he knows me. As if he has seen something
so
I
Ka
have
has
not.
a big beef.
And yet,
because he lost his land,
and
he's blaming the citizens that would have became the Assyrians. But these were the cats, right? The cats... The citizens that were the Syrians would have been they're talking about craftspeople. Like, the tribe of Dan were merchants and craftspeople, right? They were builders and weavers and clay masons and stonemasons. They were working caste. So they would have been Ka's peoples, or a neighboring tribe that did other jobs. So he represented the claymen and the people at the river, maybe. They were neighbors, but still existing peoples around him. They were the skilled laborers of his peoples that joined specific apprenticeships and tradespeople. So why does he hate those peoples? They all claim to descend from him, too. So what did he do? Like, we don't know at what point, how far back in history Ka is associated to. Or or Ra and Ra's, god pantheon. And, the household pantheons of Shu. So, interesting.
I felt him strike. For a moment there was nothing. No weight, no voice, no self.
So, yeah.
Just silence.
We step back.
But then, you pulled me back, didn't you?
Whoever's tied to Spirit
left?
Arthur, we're calling him Spirit Arthur now. You don't know him.
No. It seems that I should.
Someone has a beef with Spirit Arthur.
He knew me.
And they're seeing
Spoke
him
with certainty,
as a
with anger.
invader
But to
of
me,
some sort, or someone who
He's
failed
a
them.
stranger. If he was a part of my past, then that past has been taken from me. I need to regain it.
He was a Titan. Or interesting.
I don't... Not much. That isn't right. I should remember. I should. All I know is that I left my kingdom strong. prosperous.
Yeah, he tried to.
It should have grown.
And
It
tore
must
itself
have
apart.
flourished in my absence.
Yeah, question is what happened to his kingdom? So we're off on a
It
mission.
seems so.
Like you might as well go steal
If
my sword back.
Caradoc is hunting for more pieces of my soul, we should definitely claim them first.
Okay, so is restoring this dude a good thing or a bad
I
thing?
should grow stronger. I should remember.
Yeah, he
I
wants the
should
pieces
be
of himself.
whole. Let's go then, young one. Let's not waste any more time. I left my kingdom strong. It should have only grown stronger in my absence.
Okay, so he's
And
like,
if something threatens it now, then I will see it restored.
he's like, I don't know what happened since I left. I don't get why it's not still there. Alright, so, whoa, okay, let's see. This is the character tree. We've got a bunch of practicalia. That's hilarious that that's a thing. Healing, crafting, trading, statuses, and armor. Okay, that's practical. Perception, stealth, daggers, and critical hits. That's the thief path. Spiritual, so swans, summoning, combat, and general buffs. In dexterity, parry, attack, speed, movement, bows. That's hunting. Endurance is a shield guy. Shield bearer, tank. Okay, so we got warrior, tank, ranger, ranger, priest, thief, trades. So what are these things? For example, if I go into healing, because I'm a healer, healthy appetite. Food regenerates more health. Increase incoming healing. Resting gives you blessings. Max health. Your next hit will heal you. After taking damage... Ah. Revengeful restoration. It's so you soak up health. Okay, so if I go back... Can I go back? What else we got? Crafting and trading. Mercantile, selling things. So if you want to be like an... There's alchemy. If you want to be an alchemist... Okay, what else we got? Status bonuses. Debuffs. Armor. Okay, so knowing how to use the armor makes it more effective, I guess. Okay, I don't know what I'm gonna put this on. Definitely more magic-y. What's combat? Spell power. Okay, combat magic. Let's do combat magic. We'll use our point there. Confirm it. Attributes. Okay, so your standard thingies. I can choose each of these. Strength, endurance. I'm gonna do endurance. I'll be a tanky mage. Why not? What does that do? Okay. Do I mean cook? Do I have to rest now? Alright. We got a little bit of alchemy. Whispers. Oh, he's still here! So I see him in the dreams when I consult the fire. Here we go.
Ready? Hop on the boat.
Oh boy.
For such a long time, I've dreamt of countless deaths. Yes, it's time to wake.
Of course I'm human.
I'm sorry, but I don't take fashion advice from people wearing rags.
You have a dragon? I can go sugar hunting. Hunt. Steal things. I can decorate if I own a place. The lighthouse.
There was no clean path, no noble answer. Only the weight of reality pressing down on our necks. Something had to be done, or everything we fought for would have been in vain.
Okay, we got a bunch of different costume styles.
Avalon will not save itself. The king will return.
One must... You have to go to one. You have to go one alone. So they say it's going to be, they promise us 50 to 70 hours, and they want to launch in Q2. And that's it. So I guess I can wander the area and do more exploring, etc. But that was the demo. Interesting. I mean, I can't tell where you're getting your mythology from. It's all over the place. I see more Egyptian in there than anything else. That could just be because I'm studying Egyptian. There's Celtic stuff, I guess. You use the name Arthur. Whoopee! There's Norse, like, you know, your Norse drums and your, blood rite, whatever that was. There's a lot of Middle Eastern stuff. Like your red priests. And your prophets. Oh boy. Yeah. But I mean, it looks like an interesting game. I can see you got the Skyrim elements, you got the crouching and exploration. Your stats for boosting as I was using them. You got, you know, interesting characters and, you know, crazy bosses. That wasn't an overly difficult first boss. But he is shiny, and you got lore. You definitely have lore of some sort. I'm curious as to where you're gonna look for it. I think I'm gonna put that one on the wish list and see where it goes. So that is it for today's demo. I'm sorry to distract you with so much, so much mythology and thoughts on mythology. But this is what I see when I think and I play this game. I'm like, I'm like, whoa, man. It's fun. Don't get me wrong. I love thinking about mythology. But yeah, it is what it is. I'm sorry if I bored people with it, but I had a blast. So, you know, that's the important thing, right? If you're gonna do something, make sure you have fun with it. Until next time.